Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2012 CIAC Class M Track Championships right here from Willowbrook Park in beautiful New Britain, Connecticut. We're inside Veterans Stadium. It's a beautiful, beautiful afternoon for this Championship Track and Field events taking here today. Looking forward to it. Women's 4x800 meter relay will get things started as you take a look down below. 11 different schools or teams competing here in heat number 1 of 2. And we are certainly looking forward to the conclusion of this one. The track record here in the women 4x800 meter relay is 9 minutes, 39.30 seconds, set way back in 2001. Wearing number 1 today in heat number 1 is New Fairfield. Sheehan wearing number 2. Bethel, the number 3 lane team. Sacred Heart 4. Woodstock Academy 5. Fermi 6. Weathersfield 7. Bacon Academy 8. Rockville 9. Brookfield 10. And Platt Tech 11. So 11 different teams of relay racers ready to go here in the 4x800 meter relay. They get the track portion of the Class M Outdoor Track and Field Championships underway. Be followed by the men's 4x800. The way it works here in the 4x800, pretty easy. The top time will be declared the champion from the 2 heats, and then they work their way down. All these competitors trying to qualify for the upcoming CIAC Open Track and Field Championships to take place right here at Willowbrook Park inside Veterans Stadium next Monday, and we'll have coverage of that right here on the CIAC network. So we're just about set to get going with this one. A total of 39 schools in attendance here today, competing in a variety of events, and we are underway with our first event of the afternoon on a splendid day. Temperature hovering around 75 degrees. You could not ask for better weather. Just perfect, perfect weather here today. As New Fairfield, Sheehan, Bethel, Sacred Heart, Woodstock Academy, Fermi, Weathersfield, Bacon Academy, Rockville, Brookfield, and Platt Tech are on the track as we speak. We'll try to identify for you as they make their way through that third turn and come back in front of the grandstand. 4x800 meter relay. Quite a test of endurance here. Right now we have a tight pack. Nobody has really decided to try to become the jackrabbit of the group as they make their way through the turn. The top seeded team will compete in heat number 2. That is Joel Barlow. If you were to pick a favorite here in the first heat of the 4x800 meter, it would be perhaps New Fairfield with the best time. As you can tell, they are still very tight as they make their way through the turn. We have a new edition coming your way today. We'll try to bring you some replays of some of the exciting finishes throughout the day today. So certainly looking forward to that. For New Fairfield, Maggie Clary might be the first leg runner. For Sheehan, Ashley Farina. For Bethel, Sarah Carver. Sacred Heart, Gabby Arnold. For Woodstock, Anna Grodzinski. For Fermi, Larissa Brown. Weathersfield, Elena Sear. Bacon Academy, Catherine Bryce. For Rockville, Haley Hasty. Brookfield, Julie Burke, and Platt Tech, Margaret Blog. As they make their way down the stretch. And we'll have the first passing of the baton. It needs to be a clean pass. And it is. Look like New Fairfield, the choice to win this first heat, out on top. Yep, New Fairfield continues to lead, and they have opened up a sizable advantage So New Fairfield on top down that back stretch. New Fairfield's qualifying time, seating time coming in 10 minutes, 32.53 seconds. So New Fairfield continues to lead heat number 1. They'll set the standard, the winner of this first heat, for the others to beat in heat number 2.
The following 4x1.
Top 5 best times will move on to the upcoming State Open. Nicole Itzkowski leading the way here for New Fairfield. That gap has been closed a little bit as we're getting a very close race here between 1 and 2, New Fairfield, and trying to pick up who the runner is in second place down below. There's claiming it's Sacred Heart from our camera view down below in second place. That's Gabby Arnold, Morgan Brokaw, Molly Duff, and Ashley Garcia, all part of that track team. This is the 4x800 meter relay as they make their way through the back stretch. New Fairfield continues to lead, followed by Sacred Heart. We have the men's 4x800 meter upcoming. As we mentioned, the class record here in Double M is 9 minutes 39.30 seconds. That was set back in 2001 by Woodstock Academy.
The following 4x1 girls teams need to report back to the clerk.
So Sacred Heart has taken over the lead through that back turn, with New Fairfield dropping to second. Still a lot of race left. They're 4 minutes 56 seconds in as Sacred Heart will begin the third leg. As you can see, Sacred Heart continues to lead. New Fairfield finishing, running second. And Fermi has moved up to third place, and that's a very close third place. And Fermi now taking over second place on a strong run through that back. Morgan Pierce trying to make a kick. She's moved into second place. Sacred Heart continues to lead with Molly Duff. Erin Mahone racing for New Fairfield. She has dropped to third. This is leg 3 of the 4x800 meter relay. They're making their first pass in front of the grandstand. New Fairfield trying to catch Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart leading right now. They came in with a qualifying time at 10 minutes 38 seconds flat, did Sacred Heart. And right now they're leading the pack. In second place is Fermi. And dropping back a bit in third is New Fairfield. This is the final pass through for leg number 3. As they will turn the corner, back stretch, and around that final turn to the home run again. And then they will pass on the baton. So Sacred Heart continues to lead, followed by Fermi and New Fairfield. Sacred Heart running smoothly. I believe that is Molly Duff. Molly Duff part of the team along with Ashley Garcia. Morgan Pierce running for Fermi. Although they do have a total of 6 potential 4x800 meter relay runners. Abby Shaughnessy, Lindsay Vos, Alexandra Renna scheduled to run the final leg for Fermi as they come through the turn here. Sacred Heart with a sizable lead. That's a great run by Molly Duff, and she'll hand it off to the anchor of this 4x800 relay, and that is Ashley Garcia. And Garcia off to a good start on that clean handoff. Fermi in second place, and do they have the legs to catch Sacred Heart? That's Renna taking the baton. New Fairfield still third. As we're back on the lead runner, the lead team, that's Sacred Heart, and they're going to win this one going away, it looks like. They're at a time of 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Sacred Heart still has one more pass in front of the grandstand following this trip in front of the large crowd down below enjoying the action here today. Sacred Heart just cruising along. Got quite a battle for second place if we can focus on that between New Fairfield and Fermi. This is a good kick by New Fairfield and Sabrina Rada as she makes a big move into the turn. This is heat number one of the two heats here in the women's 4x800 meter relay. Fastest time will be declared the Class MM champion. Total of 21 teams overall competing. The second heat will be run immediately after this one. So Ashley Garcia running a strong final leg here for Sacred Heart. They're just above 10 minutes in running time. As Sacred Heart and Garcia, they followed quickly behind New Fairfield through the first leg of this 4x800 meter. But they really kicked it up a notch in leg two, and long loping strides to the line. Unofficial time is 10 minutes, 26.96 seconds. 9:03 will be the official time. Finishing second is New Fairfield, and coming in third will be Fermi. Or will they not? There's a late kick, and it's going to be a third place finish. We'll have to identify who that is down below. But a great run by the Sacred Heart team as they took at least 12 seconds off their best run of the year. And boy, does it come at the right time here at the Class MM Championships. Bethel officially finishing third. So a great kick by Jessica Noda and company as they will finish third. So the standard has been set of a time of 10 minutes, 26.93 seconds. That is set by Sacred Heart. So 10 teams will come out to compete in the second heat of the 4x800 meter. Joe Barlow is the top seeded relay team with their best time at 9:51.64. So great first race to start today. The Class MM Championships right here at Veterans Stadium in beautiful New Britain, Connecticut. The second group is up. Joel Barlow wearing 1, Avon 2, Hillhouse 3, Guilford 4, Ledyard 5, Rom 6, Watertown 7, Brantford 8, East Haven 9, and Berlin 10. And they're ready to get going here in heat number 2. And they are off. In the first leg, Beatrice Blackwell scheduled to run the first leg for the favorite Joe Barlow. Kristen Goldie for Avon. Sydney Curtis for Hillhouse. For Guilford, it's Fiona Doolin. For Ledyard, Lindsay Ackley. For Rom, it's Emily Brindley. Watertown's first leg being run by Rachel Conway. For Brantford, it's Tanya Altrui. For East Haven, Gabby Capuano. And for Berlin, it is Nicole Greco. As they make their way on the first pass through, we'll try to identify the leaders for you here in heat number 2. It's a strong, strong group making their way. Looks like it could be East Haven leading the way through that first pass. It is Ledyard, followed by Hillhouse and Ram as the official order. 1, 2, and 3 as they make their first pass. So many terrific competitors here today, all going through their routines as they made their way into the facility. Some stretching, some putting on suntan oil, others putting on sunscreen, and of course warming up in a variety of ways in a variety of different places. Some eating lots of different type of foods, and certainly getting ready. As they make their way, Ledyard continues to lead. Joe Barlow is now second, and Hillhouse is running third. So Ledyard and Ackley, as they'll make the pass of the baton here to the second leg of the 4x800 meter relay. Ledyard on top. Joe Barlow is second. Hillhouse is third. And the rest of the competitors all trying to follow in close pursuit. Still pretty tight race. Ledyard leading, but it's not a dominating advantage right now over Joe Barlow. Ledyard coming in with a qualifying time at 9 minutes, 56.26 seconds, which is only 5 seconds off the Joe Barlow pace. Running leg 2 for Ledyard. Jordan Hudeshell. As Ledyard continues to lead. They set the pace early in the first leg, and they continue to hold on here. They're setting the standard, the time to beat. To be a champion is 10 minutes, 26.93 seconds, set in heat 1 by Sacred Heart. Ledyard continues to lead with Joe Barlow second, Hillhouse third. It's a tight race for the third place position. That's Avon. Trying to make a move on up now. Ram has dropped back to 5th place. So as they make their way to that far turn, Ledyard continues to set the pace. Hillhouse has overtaken Joe Barlow to move in the second place along the backstretch. This is leg number 2. Running leg number 2 for Joe Barlow is Grace Ellis. And for Hillhouse, Whitney Curtis. As Ledyard continues to lead. The next 10 runners for their respective relay teams waiting patiently for the baton. Of course, the key is that handoff. And Ledyard still running strongly. They have the lead. We're 4 minutes, 43 seconds in to this 4x800 meter relay. Ledyard leading. Hillhouse closing the gap quickly here with a good handoff. They could really put some pressure on as that's McDaniel for Hillhouse now trying to chase down Ledyard's Carly Loy. This is the third leg of the 4x800 meter relay. Ledyard continues to lead the way. Hillhouse gaining ground quickly with a terrific run here by McDaniel. McDaniel now just a couple of paces off the lead along that back stretch with Joe Barlow settling third. Avon still fourth, and then the rest of the field as they make their way into that far turn. All kinds of activities taking place here today. The pole vault, the javelin, the hammer throw, the high jump. As they make their way through the turn, Ledyard has regained the lead. And it was a great recovery there by Loy as she took it back from McDaniel. McDaniel got off to a quick start and then has faded back a little bit. Joe Barlow still racing third in a comfortable spot to make a move. Running fourth is Avon. Miscoli running the leg for Avon. Still a very tight race as they make the far turn into the backstretch here in leg number 3. This will be the final pass for the leg 3 runners. And then we'll get to the anchor runners. And a very tight race here, 4x800 meter. Time to beat again is 10 minutes, 26.93 seconds. It was set by Sacred Heart in heat number 1. We're 6 minutes, 29 seconds into this, the third leg. And quite a duel for the top spot. Ledyard continues to lead. Hillhouse is second. Racing third, Joe Barlow with Avon running fourth. You got a group all battling for that fifth spot. Now remember, top 5 spots will qualify for the upcoming state open, so it's not over if you're way off the leader. There's still an opportunity. Coming up to the bell lap. The final leg of the 4x800 meter. Ledyard continues to lead the way. Terrific run by Loy. Nelson will take the baton. She's ready. Hillhouse is running second. And it's Peterson running the closing leg for Hillhouse. That was a great start by Ledyard. A very clean handoff and great acceleration after the handoff by Nelson. And she has lengthened the lead just slightly over Peterson, who's trying to chase her down and doing so along that backstretch. Peterson running beautifully on the backstretch for Hillhouse to take the lead. We got quite a battle now going for third as Joe Barlow has dropped back a little bit and Avon has taken over third place. So Hillhouse on top with 7:49 in. And the Academics running smoothly right now. Peterson running the anchor as she makes her way through that turn. She's trying to lengthen the lead for Hillhouse. Ledyard running second. They have set the pace for most of this race. Hillhouse coming up with a big closing effort here, but they still got to make one more pass in front of the grandstand. Ledyard staying close. That's Nelson trying to stay right on the heels of Peterson. Peterson looking smooth, running with great balance. Likewise is Nelson behind. Trying to close the gap for Avon is Maddie McHugh, the freshman, making a great effort around that turn, and she has closed the gap. Following closely behind in fourth place is Joe Barlow, and that's Neary. As they make their way into that back stretch, it's a tight race, shoulder to shoulder between Hillhouse and Ledyard, and Avon coming on strongly here. Can Joe Barlow make a late kick? Hillhouse still holding on and trying to pull away again is Peterson. She continues to lead. 9:05 into the race. The time to beat is 10 minutes, 26.93 seconds, set by Sacred Heart in the opening heat. Peterson continues to lead the way and starting to pull away from the field with an impressive kick coming through that final turn. Ledyard running second. Avon trying to come on up for a second place finish now. It's going to be quite a challenge there. Can Peterson hold on? Can she last the Hillhouse? Here she comes down the stretch. Peterson leading. Avon trying to make a late kick. Ledyard trying to hold on the second. Peterson still going, running out of gas. Ledyard trying to make a late kick here to the wire, and it will be Hillhouse in an unofficial time of 9 minutes, 50 seconds. What a finish. What a finish. So Hillhouse on top. Terrific, terrific, terrific race. Rom will finish 6th. We'll get the official order of finish, of course, when they post the times. But Hillhouse victorious. They did beat that 10-minute, 26.93 second mark So they will be your Class Double M champion in the 4x800 meter relay. So a terrific, terrific race. Boy, I tell you, that was exciting. That was exciting. Very close finish. How about that late kick by Peterson? Able to hold on and outlast the field. Avon with a gallant effort late. Ledyard in the mix, along with Joe Barlow and Ram. Up next, we have the men's 4x800 meter relay. They come at you quickly. So I tell you, if all the finishes are like the one we just had there, we're in for an exciting day of track and field here at Veterans Stadium.
Of the girls 4x800. Looking at one heat of the boys 4x800.
So now it's the boys 4x800. It's just one heat, 17 schools competing. It's going to be a crowded track. The school record, or the class record, as I should say, is 8 minutes 3.22 seconds. So 8:03.22. Set back in 2004. The top-seeded team coming in is E.O. Smith. They'll be wearing number 1 here today. Robert English will run the first leg. East Lyme, the second seed coming in. Scott Butler will run the leg. Joe Barlow running in that third spot as the third seed. Watertown, the fourth seed. Fifth seed is New Fairfield. The sixth seed is North Haven. The seventh seed, Brantford. The eighth seed is Tolland. Daniel Hand, ninth seed. 10th seed is Avon. Then you have Wethersfield, Brookfield, Fermi, Sheehan, Bethel, New London, and Berlin as they're underway with a staggered start. So the team to watch, at least time-wise, is E.O. Smith, coming in with a time at 8 minutes 13.58 seconds as a qualifier as they make their way through that backstretch for the first time in the men's 4x800 meter. So congratulations to Hill House. We'll get the exact times for you when they are posted for us. So as they make their way through the turn. So leading the way is Wethersfield. With DeVoe, and Wethersfield setting the early pace. It's still really too tight to tell, and very early on here in the 4x800 meter relay.
First call.
As they make their way through, they make the first lap in 1 minute flat. Running second is New Fairfield, and third is Brantford. Results are in the women's 4x800 meter relay. Hill House the winner, an official time of 9 minutes 49.99 seconds, finishing second Ledyard. Third Avon, fourth Joe Barlow, and Ram finished fifth. And they will all move on to the upcoming State Open next week, so we'll see those runners again.
4x800 meters.
Now on, of course, to the men's. You are witnessing the first leg of the 4x800.
Sixth place, Watertown.
Right here from Veterans Stadium in New Britain, Connecticut on just a beautiful day. It looks like things are starting to change a little bit. E.O. Smith, the favorite, has taken a lead here with Robert English showing a strong kick. He'll be handing it off pretty soon as they make their way through. New Fairfield is running second. And then the rest of the pack still tight. Let's see if it's clean. And it was not all that clean for E.O. Smith, but it didn't hurt him all that much. A little bit of a stumble on the handoff from English to Estes. But they were able to recover quickly enough. And we're in the leg number 2, and it's still a tight race. E.O. Smith continues to lead, but not for long, as New Fairfield's going to make a move. And they make their way through that back run. New Fairfield is on top. E.O. Smith running second as they attempt to pull away from the pack here. Branford is settled into third place right now as they make their way through the turn. So right now it's become a two-team race here in leg number 2 as they make the first pass in front of the grandstand. Leo Smith and John Estes. They'll make the pass on top by a couple of lengths with 3:09 into the only heat here in the men's 4x800 meter relay as we have 17 teams competing. Top 5 finishes moving on to the CIAC Open. Hope you're enjoying track and field right here on the CIAC network on this beautiful day. Leo Smith looking impressive. Estes. Klaus is lining up. He's getting ready for the handoff of the baton, and hopefully it's a cleaner one that they had the first time. First handoff not all that clean, but obviously did not affect Leo Smith coming in as a top seed here. Their seed time about 5 seconds, or closer to 4.5 seconds better than East Lime's. As Leo Smith looking strong. Running second is New Fairfield. Moving up into third place is Tolland on a good run by Alex Medina. And they have a clean handoff as they make their way through. So 1, 5, and 8. New Fairfield gets the lead back. Good move into that back stretch. And New Fairfield has the lead back. Mac DeLeon, part of the New Fairfield relay team, along with Ryan Thomas, Christopher Poole, Anthony Camerata, Zach Anderson, who ran the opening leg, Robert Chang. New Fairfield leading. E.O. Smith trying to stay tight with Klaus. Also on the E.O. Smith relay team, Jack Phillips, Nate Buskey, and Zach Pittman. New Fairfield leading the way. This is leg number 3. Running second, E.O. Smith just off the pace. Quite a battle for the rest. As we see the 5 top teams now starting to pull away from the rest of the field. We're 5 minutes and 17 seconds and counting into this 4x800 meter relay. It's become a 2-team race. New Fairfield and E.O. Smith as they travel through the back stretch, shoulder to shoulder now. E.O. Smith will regain the lead by a half step. You got a gap back to places 3, 4, and 5, then the rest of the field to follow. Competitors coming up for the final leg, the anchor leg of the 4x800 meter relay. E.O. Smith leading. Jack Phillips scheduled to run the final leg for E.O. Smith, and he may take that baton with a slight lead over New Fairfield. Matt DeLeon will run the final leg for New Fairfield. Actually, it's going to be Robert Chang to run the final leg. And they both have a clean handoff. And here you go, E.O. Smith and New Fairfield. And then the rest of the field, a little stumble and a bumble, but they got it done. It looked like Joel Barlow perhaps running third. Maybe they can help me out down below. The leader right now along that back stretch, E.O. Smith. Jack Phillips being chased down by Robert Chang. Chang is a junior out of New Fairfield. He has closed the gap to just a step as they make their way through that far turn. We are 6 minutes, 48 seconds in. The class record time here in Class MM, 8 minutes, 3.22 seconds. It was set way back in 2004 by Lyman Hall. E.O. Smith leading the way, wearing the sunglasses is Phillips. Chang is running second, just off his heels. In third, you have East Lyme. In fourth is Watertown. Top 5 positions are so important, and it looks like after that it might be Tolland running 5th. Into the back stretch. Coming towards home. This is the decisive lap. And E.O. Smith trying to hold on. New Fairfield trying to gain with Chang. They are just heels apart right now as they make their way through the turn. It's going to be quite a finish. E.O. Smith and New Fairfield coming around the turn and heading towards the stretch. Trying to accelerate as Phillips with E.O. Smith. Chased by Chang. Chang going to the wide side. Chang with a great kick. Coming down the stretch for New Fairfield. And Chang is going to pull away. Chang looks behind, and New Fairfield will come up with the upset win over the top seed, E.O. Smith. Unofficial time, 8 minutes, 10 seconds, and 42 seconds, a blazing time. And they should be declared the champion with E.O. Smith finishing second. We'll have all the official times for you and the placements in just a few moments. But what a finish and what a kick by Chang of New Fairfield. Sensational. Well, that was one of the great finishes, that's for sure. In the 4x800 meter, what a kick by Chang. He stayed off the pace throughout most of that final leg and coming down the home stretch. He actually was lapping one of the slower competitors along with the E.O. Smith runner. That may have disrupted the stride of Jack Phillips a little bit, but I'll tell you, what a finish by Chang and company, as they will be your 2012 4x800 meter relay champions. And that is going to do it with the final competitors coming along. And what a finish. What a finish. That was terrific. Chang with a magnificent stretch effort. As we mentioned earlier, a total of 39 schools competing here today. Entered in a total of 714 events.
We're going to do a zone check at this time. Zone 1.
Now they'll check the zones as they set up for the women's 4x100 meter relay, which is a terrific race.
Is Zone 1 ready?
There'll be a total of 3 heats in the 4x100. They will take the top 8 qualifiers, and later today they will compete in the 4x100 meter dash final.
Zone 1, Zone 2, and...
So in heat number 1, it's Berlin, Bacon Academy, New Fairfield, and Sacred Heart. They'll occupy lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 for this 4x100 meter relay. The class record time is 47.88 seconds, set back in 2008.
The stretch for New Fairfield, and Chang is going.
And they are off in the 4x100 meter relay. That record set by Weaver back in 2008. So Sacred Heart running in lane 6. Lane 5, New Fairfield, Bacon Academy, lane 4 in Berlin. They're running in lane 3. They would be on the inside as this event will move quickly. Obviously, the best time, it belongs to Bacon Academy in 54.08 of this group. And they're coming up to the final leg here. This is the opening heat, trying to qualify with a time in the top 8 for the relay championship. And as they come down the stretch and holding on for the win in lane number 4 is Bacon Academy. Nadia Dallas running the anchor, I believe. And a time of 53.67 is the winning time in lane 4. 53.67. So, if you want to qualify at this point for the championship, that's one of the times you perhaps would set your mark on. The top-seeded team coming in is Hill House. They'll run in Heat 3 with a very classy 51.06 time here in the women's 4x100 meter relay. So now we have 8 teams competing, lanes 1 through 8. Ledyard, Sheehan, Joel Barlow, Fermi, Platt Tech, Watertown, Buckley, and Woodstock Academy.
3 is no go.
So they're just about ready to go. They will start in the blocks. And this is heat number 2. The results official for the men's 4x800 meter relay. New Fairfield finishing first. E.O. Smith second. East Lyme third. Tolland and Watertown. Daniel Hand finishing 6th. This is heat 2 now, the 4x100 meter relay for the women. The team perhaps to watch in this group, it will be Fermi. Their qualifying time 52:43. We're off to a great start with some exciting races here today. There's your whistles indicating that the starter is going to put them on their mark. Heat 2. 8 lanes being occupied. They're set. And they're off in heat number 2. This is the first leg of the 4x100 meter relay at Woodstock Academy on the outside, trying to make that turn from the staggered start. Things will start to straighten out for us as they make their way down that back stretch. Buckley right now doing a nice job, and on the outside, still looks like Woodstock Academy running strongly. A lot of clean handoffs, and here they come. On the inside, it's Sheehan making a pretty good move here as they come around the turn. Sheehan in lane 2 as they falter just a bit, and in lane number 3, Joe Barlow takes the lead. Joe Barlow on top in lane 3, followed by Fermi, and for Barlow, this is just a terrific run, and they will win this heat in an unofficial time of 52:02.
5 inches.
So Joe Barlow in lane number 3, Fernandez on the anchor, an unofficial time. Now they make it official at 52:01, I do believe. Of course, we'll put all the results together after the 3 heats and let you know who the qualifiers are. But that is the best time of the day thus far through 2 heats of the women's 4x100 meter relay. So up next will be our third group, occupying 8 lanes. Bethel, Brookfield, Hillhouse, East Haven, Weathersfield, Brantford, Rom, and Avon here in the 4x100 meter relay.
15 remaining. 15 competitors.
The team bringing the largest contingency of competitors here today, kind of interesting, and this is just a quick look, would be Weathersfield with a total of 44 entries into today's event. And we're just about ready. Hillhouse coming in as the favorite with a time at, well, let me check that. East Haven, excuse me, at 50.24 seconds is your top seed, followed by Weathersfield and then Hillhouse. So East Haven in lane 4 might be the team to watch. That's Kelly Kafour on the opening leg for the East Haven Yellow Jackets. And they're off in the final heat, leg 1 of the 4x100 meter relay. Avon in lane 8 running smoothly. As we look inside, Ram in lane 7 with a clean handoff. Likewise for Brantford. Weathersfield always very strong. And East Haven, of course, the high seed in lane 4. Hillhouse, Brookfield, and Bethel as they come into the second handoff of the baton. We'll be able to really size up the competition as they make the swing in the final handoff here. Bethel ready in lane 1. It looks like Hillhouse might have the early advantage here on the handoff at least, but look out. Coming down the lane and running smoothly in lane 5 for Wethersfield, and pulling away with a great close is Wethersfield in a time of 49.74. So it looks like Wethersfield, 49.74, will take heat number 3, and they have certainly earned a way into the final 8, which will be competed later today in the women's 4x100 meter relay. So Wethersfield certainly the top contender after the heat runs. Of course, there's plenty of time remaining.
Here are the final results of the boys. 4x800 meter relay. 8th place, Wethersfield. 7th place, Avon. 6th place, Daniel Hanna. 5th place, Watertown.
So event number 4 in the men's 4x100 meter relay.
East Lyme High School. This year's runner-up, time of 8:11.66, E.O. Smith. And your 2012 4x800 men's champion.
Okay, so what they're going to do, I'm just finding out there will not be a finals, that the winning team will be Wethersfield here, as they will take all the heats and put them together. So looks like the final is part of the heats, and they take the best times, and they let you know who the top teams are, and those teams will move on. So the 4x100 meter relay comes to a conclusion with Wethersfield coming out on top in a winning time of 49.74 seconds. So now it's the men's time. This is the first of
Boys shot put, first call. Boys shot put.
3 heats. Utilizing lanes 3, 4, and 5. It is Platt Tech, Bethel, and Platt Tech again. So a couple of Platt Tech teams as they make their way through the turn and trying to make his way towards the finish line. In lane number 3 is Platt Tech, and finishing well behind in 3rd is Platt Tech, as they had some difficulty with their handoff of the baton at that final turn over there. So they unfortunately ran out of opportunity. Get a winning time here at 45.66. The class record is 42.16 seconds, set back in 2004. By Wethersfield. So we're ready for the second heat. Lane 1 and lane 8 will be void of runners here in heat number 2. Lyman Hall in lane 2, Fermi in lane 3, Sheehan in lane 4, Joe Barlow, Avon, and Berlin rounding out the field here in heat number 2.
Zone 2 is ready. Zone 3. No go on 3. 3 is a go.
Yeah, well, I'll just mention what I had said earlier, that Platt Tech was victorious in a time of 45.66. The record time is held by Wethersfield in this Class MM meet. And this is heat number 2. Lyman Hall in lane 2. Fermi in lane 3. Sheehan, Joe Barlow, Avon, and Berlin rounding out the field here in the second heat of the men's 4x100 meter relay. They're in the blocks and they're off with the sound of the gun. And on the outside in the red, that familiar red of the Berlin Redcoats.
Brookfield, 5th place.
And their baton handoff is clean. They are all clean through that first pass.
3rd place. place, Joel Wamser.
Berlin trying to hold on the outside. The seed coming in is Sheehan, top seed at 45-44. They're running out of lane number 4. Most of the seeded teams, the high-seeded teams, the favorite of an event, lining up in lane 4. And we've got quite a finish upcoming here in the men's by 400-meter relay. As here they come down the stretch. We got quite a battle in lanes 3 and 4 as they come to the wire. Coming up in lane 6, who's going to get it? It looks like it'll be lane 3 to hold on, and Fermi. Might be Anthony O'Connell for Fermi. Winning time 45-56 unofficially. That is just slightly better than the time recorded by Platt Tech in the first heat, as they ran 45-66. Of course, that is not official as of yet. We'll await the official times. But what a finish. I don't know if we have any replays of any of these finishes down in the truck, but if we do, that was a good one to show. Yeah, let's take a look at that finish one more time. And just a great, great finish. And Fermi holding on in lane number 3. And just watch the stretch run. Lanes 3, 4.
This is the final heat of the men's 4x100 meters.
Fermi and Sheehan shoulder to shoulder as they come down the stretch. And what a finish it was. Now we're ready for heat number 3.
Zone 1 is ready. Zone 2.
Cheney Tech in lane 1. It'll be Tolland in lane 2. Weathersfield in lane 3. Waterford in lane 4. Jonathan Law in 5. New Fairfield, Daniel Hand, and Brantford rounding out the competitors' lanes 1 through 8 here in the final heat. Top time coming in is Waterford with a time of 43:34. However, their time to beat now is 45:56 unofficially. We've completed 2 heats. Fastest time of the 3 heats will be declared the champion here in Class MM here in 2012. Runners are getting ready as they get organized down below, as they take a view from this perch high above the finish line here at Veterans Stadium. Just a grand view of a beautiful facility, all kinds of activities taking place here today. As we mentioned, the pole vault, the high jump, and more. And they're off with the sound of the gun here in heat number 3. The favorite is Waterford in lane 4. We have not had a favorite win in the first 2 heats. And it looks like in lane 7, Daniel Hand off to a great start. Jonathan Law trying to fall closely as they make their way into the far third turn. Looked like the handoffs were pretty clean. Still a tight race as they come here towards the final stretch, and they hand it off to the anchor runners. There's some good hands-off. Law, looks like they got the lead. Law being hunted down. Here they come to the wire. Law trying to hold on. Law will hold on. Jonathan Law in lane 5, outlasting Waterford and Shepard with a gallant effort late. But Smith with a great kick for Jonathan Law and a time of 43:08, which is the unofficial time. And that would make Jonathan Law the champion here in Class MM. We'll have all the official results as soon as they are posted, and we will pass them along to you. But what a finish. And Jonathan Law. And we'll see that exciting finish once again. Take a look in lanes 4 and 5 as they come down the stretch. What a finish. Absolutely incredible. And congratulations to Jonathan Law. We'll see that replay. Our next event will be the women's 100-meter hurdles.
Terrence Lewis, Jonathan Law, Patrick Donahue, Daniel Hand, William McNamara, Platt High School, Brendan Lighton, Torrington, and Anthony.
As you can see, in that replay. Jonathan Law with a great finish, and the race just completed. Now they'll set up the hurdles, I believe, for the women's 100-meter hurdles. Always an exciting event. Jonathan Law finishing first. The official time, 43:06. Waterford second in 43:22. Daniel Hand third in 43:98. Weathersfield fourth in 44:11. New Fairfield fifth, 44:18. And Tolland sixth in a time of 44.67 seconds. And that is the order of finish in the men's 4x100-meter relay. Jonathan Law, your Class MM champions. So as they continue to set up their hurdles for the 4x100-meter relay, meter hurdles, we take a look at the scenes and the sights of this beautiful facility in the Class M Championships. You're watching it right here, Class MM Championships, right here on the CIAC network.
Once again, we're taking check-in. This is about the final call. Boys shot put. All girls discus throwers should be reporting.
We're getting ready for the first heat of the women's 100-meter hurdles. Top 8 times of these heats will qualify to the championship round of the 100-meter hurdles. And they're off in heat number 1, lanes 2 through 7. And in lane 4, the favorite, that's Barnick of Watertown, as she is in the lead now and trying to hold on here in lane 4, and she will in an unofficial time of 16 seconds 57. So 16:55 will be the winning time here in heat number 1. So heat number 2 upcoming. So Barnick able to set the standard here in heat number 2. Lozier of Ledyard in lane 1. Stunkard of New Fairfield in lane 2. Walker in lane 3 represents Rockville. Sebastian in lane 4 from Ledyard. Doyle of Joe Barlow in lane 5. Noonan of Avon in lane 6. And for foreign, Eccleston in lane number 7. So lanes 1 through 7 here in the second heat of the women's 100-meter hurdles. 2 of 3 heats being so they're in the blocks, and they're set, and they're off. It's a clean start in the 100-meter hurdles. Lane 4, the favorite, that's Sebastian, and she is pulling away from this field, and she will win this heat very easily as she glides across the finish line in 15.34 seconds. So Chanoa Sebastian out of Ledyard besting her qualifying time, which was 15:64. The class record was set in 1999, 14.53 seconds by Kashia Houghton. So this record has certainly stood up for an awful long time. So now we're ready for the third heat. 7 lanes being utilized. Amanda Garcia of East Haven in lane 1. Alexi Von Camper of Bacon Academy in lane 2. Talia White of Hillhouse in lane 3. Brianna Sims of Hillhouse in lane 4. Nia Ruth of Hillhouse in lane 5. Jaylene Phelps of Platt Tech in lane 6. Actually, of just Platt High School. And Andy Sansone of Sacred Heart in lane 7. So we have Platt High School and Platt Tech High School, both represented here today. And they're off in the final heat. Sims is the favorite in lane 4. And Sims on top right now, leading the pack, clearing those hurdles with ease, trying to pull away from the field, and she'll make her way across the finish line on official time at 15.70 seconds. So we'll find out who the final 8 qualifiers are, and of course the championship of the women's 100-meter hurdles upcoming in just a little bit right here on the CIAC network. So up next we'll have the men's 110-meter hurdles, and while they do that, we'll take a panoramic view of this beautiful facility and rest the vocal cords for just a moment as they reset the hurdles down below. This will just take a couple of moments. You are watching the CIAC Class M Track and Field Championships right here on the CIAC network. So many volunteers doing terrific things behind the scenes to make this all possible here on Championship Track and Field Week at Veterans Stadium here in New Britain, Connecticut, from the folks who are timers and make sure everybody signs in and is qualified properly, to the folks who are setting up the hurdles right now. So many folks doing so many things behind the scene. The gatekeeper that opens up the gate graciously each and every day when we come in with our production equipment to set up to bring you these broadcasts. They all certainly have made us feel quite comfortable and right at home. So we certainly do appreciate all their help, the volunteers behind the scenes here at the Class M State Championships. So M teams trying to qualify for the State Open next week, and of course from there those youngsters will try to compete in the upcoming New England Championships, I believe, that take place the following weekend. So all kinds of great things as we're just about set for the first heat of the men's 110-meter hurdles. There'll be a total of 3 heats. Reggie Sinclair holds the record time set in 1997 in a time of 14.65 seconds. It's kind of interesting to see times of that have withstood the test of time, I guess to say, since the 90s. They talk about athletes being bigger, stronger, and faster today. Well, there's still some of those records out there that have not been broken in quite some time. We have not had a record-setting performance here today. We certainly did over the during the Class S championships and during the Class M championships yesterday. Some record-setting performances, but none today here in Class M that I am aware of as of yet, and we'll run down results as they are passed along to us. In heat number 1 of the 3, in lane 2, Jordan Jones of Waterford. In lane 2 is Jared Hobbs of Brantford. Lane 4 is John Spencer of North Haven. He's the one to watch. Austin Sudloff of Joe Barlow in lane 5. Jared Krugler of Watertown in lane 6, and Dan Gagney of East Lyme. He'll be in lane number 7 here in heat number 1. The overall favorite is Danny Baum of Sheehan. His best time coming in is 14.34 seconds, which is, well, better than the Reggie Sinclair Class MM record time set back in 1997. So you would have to think that Baum out of Sheehan may have a chance here to set a new Class MM record here today, which certainly would be exciting in the men's 110-meter hurdles. So heat number 1 upcoming in just a moment. Looks like all the hurdles are in place and they're at the precise height. And we're just about ready with heat number 1. All right, they're on the mark. One final stretch for Jordan Jones out of Waterford in lane number 2. As they settle in. And they're ready. And they're off with the sound of the gun. This is heat number 1. And in lane 2, Jones looking strong. Jones trying to hold on. Coming up in lane 5 is McBride. McBride will take the lead. He's being hunted down. McBride trying to hold on. A lean towards the wire. And maybe Spencer of North Haven got across first. We'll have to wait and see. It was a tight finish.
High School and your 4x100-meter relay champion.
We'll have a replay of that finish, and let's see it again. And let's see if you at home can find out the winner.
Top 6, get your medals.
What a finish. Watch lane 4, and a terrific kick there by John Spencer of North Haven. Did he lean across the line first?
Which I will read briefly.
So terrific, terrific finish. And you know something, I got a feeling John Spencer leaned in and picked up the win here in heat number 1. But quite a finish. Spencer leaning in. Sundloff, I believe, finishing second. Let's take a freeze frame of that. And he is indeed in lane 4 in 15:73. The winner, John Spencer. As Spencer with that great lean over the line, able to pick up the victory in the first heat. 15:73. So heat number 2 upcoming. Great work by our group down in the production truck, bringing you up close and personal on that exciting finish. So this is heat number 2. Lindsay in lane 1. Preisner in lane 2. Morgan in lane 3. McBride and Keck, and they are off. As they make the run, Morgan in lane 4 starting to pull away. That's Trevon Morgan out of Platt, and he is just going to pour it on against this field, and that's an easy victory for Morgan. Boy, he looked light on his feet, didn't he? His qualifying time was a 54:34 coming in. His winning time will be 15.28. So that's the fastest qualifying time for the championship through the 2 heats, and we'll have heat number 3 upcoming. Zeibel in lane 2 out of Jonathan Law. Gummond of Fermi in lane 2. Baum of Sheehan, the favorite, in lane 4. Cofrancesco of North Haven in lane 5. And DeFazio of Weathersfield will be in lane 6 here today. So we've had some exciting finishes here in the men's 110-meter hurdles. All these competitors trying to compete and have one of the top 8 qualifying times to move on to the championship of the 110-meter hurdle. And they're on their mark. Baum in lane 4. The overwhelming favorite here today, and they are off. Baum in lane 4 running smoothly now. He has a slight lead over the runner McBride, I should say Cofrancesco in lane 5, and now he's going to pull away with that strong finish, clearing those last couple of hurdles and leaning in with a win and an unofficial time of 15:43. 15:41 will be the winning time for Danny Baum, and the favorite here in the 110-meter hurdles will make his way on to the final 8. He did that smoothly. The quickest time of the qualifying heats, Trevon Morgan of Platt in a time of 15:28. And we'll put the totals together for you, and we'll give you those results. That's upcoming in just a little bit. Up next will be the women's 100-meter dash, always thrilling, as we take a look at all the contestants down below competing in the third heat of the men's 110-meter hurdles.
Top 6 finisher.
Danny Baum out of
Medals.
Sheehan, the Titans.
There's an area past the finish line. All you have to do is go up to the fence, and there's an awards table there.
Here's the qualifiers for the championship of the women's 100-meter hurdles. Sebastian of Ledyard, Sims of Hillhouse, Ruth of Hillhouse, Barnick of Watertown, White of Hillhouse, Bender of Joe Barlow, Walker of Rockville, and Boncamper of Bacon Academy of qualifiers in the upcoming women's 100-meter hurdles. As they clear the track of hurdles and as we settle in for the 100-meter dash. We have the order of finish for the men's 110-meter hurdles and who will compete for the championship later on today. But we'll get to that in a moment because the women's 100-meter dash set to get going. Rachel Diamora set the record in 1998 in a time of 12.40 seconds. This is heat number 1 using all 8 lanes. And the run of the watch is Moore of Hillhouse in lane 4. They are off, and Moore, not disappointing, has the lead. Competition coming from lane 2 from Koo of Avon. And the 100-meter dash, heat number 1, cruising to victory is Moore of Hillhouse, a freshman. The winning time is 13.16 seconds. A little bit of a win today, and I don't know if that's affecting times at all, but a lot of the runners are not running quite up to what they have run as their personal best or qualifying times or seed times, as they put it, coming into today's event. So I don't know if wind has anything to do with it at all, but anyhow, Moore able to win heat number 1 in 13:16 as we come up to heat number 2. Lockhart of Buckley in lane 1, Wilson of Torrington in lane 2, Roland of Avon in lane 3, Robinson of Wilbur-Cross in lane 4, Stevens of East Haven in lane number 5, Vonnick of Wethersfield in lane 6, Danaher of Ram in lane 7, and McLeish of Platt in lane 8. This might be a day in which Rachel Diamora's class record time could be broken as you take a look at some of the competitors coming in with spectacular times today. Here in the women's 100-meter dash, as you could see, the false start, and they'll have to restart as everybody will get into the blocks. Let's see if anybody has been disqualified. Yes, it looks like in lane 3, disqualification to Avon's Roland as she has taken her starter's kit away, the blocks. And unfortunately, Roland only gets one shot at it here. Jamia Roland is gone. So vacant lane in lane 3 as they will reset for the start. They're in the blocks. The one to watch is Robinson out of Wilbur-Cross. Time of 12:64. She is in lane 4. Aaliyah Robinson. And they're ready, and they're off. It's a clean start. And here they come. And in lane number 4, Robinson trying to pull away. Strong stride, being pressured on the outside by Stevens, but she'll hold on for the win. And she got that time down to about 12 seconds plus 12.70 seconds for Robinson. So Robinson with a good kick down the stretch, trying to qualify for the upcoming 100-meter dash championship. Now we move on to heat number 3. It's going to be Dudley of Platt in lane 1, Bolton of Willowbrook in lane 2, and Bernie of Brantford in lane 3. Saucier of Willowbrook in lane 4, Sebastian of Ledyard in lane 5, Camone of Sheehan in lane 6, Arthur of Buckley in lane 7, and Weil of East Haven in lane 8. So all 8 lanes being utilized here in heat number 3. This is the third of 4. All right, they're set, and we get a false start. Boy, it looked like we had a couple jump here, and I believe it's going to be the competitor in lane number 5. Guilty of the false start. Indeed it is. So that's Sebastian of Ledyard off to the false start. Success here in the 100 meters, not only conditioning and the ability to run fast, obviously, but to time the starter's gun. And if you jump that starter's gun, you will be disqualified. You got to be right on the mark. Such a short race. $100-meter dash. Runners to get back into their starting blocks. In lane 4, taking her time is Saucier of Willowbrook. And now they're all ready. And they're off. It's a clean start. Saucier in lane 4 got out quickly. She had that great lead. There's competition in lane 1 from Dudley. As they come down the stretch in lane 4, out of Willowbrook, Chaslyn Saucier in a time of 12.54 seconds. So that's the fastest time of the first 3 heats. So now we have heat 4. This will be the final heat. DeBellis of Joe Barlow in lane 1. McLaughlin of Fermi in lane 2. Travarazzi of Berlin in lane 3. Ayer of Fermi in lane 4. Quino of Wethersfield in lane 5. Bussary of Bacon Academy in lane 6. Dodge of Watertown in lane 7. And Peterman of Joe Barlow in lane number 8. And they are on their mark quickly. Up next we have the men's 100-meter dash. We'll have the results of the 100-meter women's competition coming away as soon as we can unravel all the statistical information passed towards us. And they are off in the final heat. The favorite from Fermi and in the lead is Ayer, and she's going to win it easily. In an unofficial time of 12.76. Now they make it official 12.73, which is third fastest. So we'll have all the qualifiers. We'll sort it all out for you. I think we did promise you some qualifiers in the upcoming men's 110-meter hurdles, and we have them for you. Trevon Morgan of Platt, Danny Baum of Sheehan, John Spencer of North Haven, who had that thrilling win in his heat, Austin Sundloff of Joe Barlow, Jordan Jones of Waterford, Jarrett Krugler of Watertown, and it looks like Jordan McBride of Rockville, and Stephen Cofrancisco of North Haven, as the results come our way, all qualifying for the upcoming men's 110-meter hurdle championship. Here's your finalists for the upcoming women's 100-meter dash, and we'll get to that at the conclusion of the men's 100-meter dash. Let's see, we have a total of 5 heats here. Lanes 1 through 7 being occupied in heat number 1. In lane number 1 is TJ Day of Tolland, Medina in lane 2 of Platt, Whalen in lane 3 of Daniel Hand, Elmore of New London lane 5, and they are off. And if my paperwork blows all over the place because people don't like the shut doors around here, and the winner will be in lane number 4, and a close one is Javon Elmore of New London in a time of 11:11. So Elmore in a time of 11:11, besting his seed time, which was 11:28. The record, by the way, Terrell Wilkes set it in 2007 in a time of 10.57 seconds. That's pretty quick. So as you take a look, obviously, this first heat in the books, first of 5. Competitors in heat number 2 getting ready. As you had a quick glimpse of Javon Elmore out of New London winning the first heat. This is heat number 2. And E.O. Smith being represented in lane 1. Monsignor Shepard in lane 2 out of Waterford. It's Lee of Stratford in lane 3, Drummond of Wethersfield in lane 4, Waller of Platt Tech in lane 5, Sorelli of E.O. Smith in lane 6, and Gilchrist of Daniel Hand. He is just a freshman in lane number 7, and it is O'Neill Drummond of Wethersfield in lane 4, coming in with a qualifying time at 11.24, perhaps the favorite in this heat. The overall favorite is out of Bethel, and that's Banners. That's Joshua Banners of Bethel, qualifying time at 11.14 seconds. He'll be featured in heat number 5. This is heat number 2. Big field of competitors here in the men's 100-meter dash. And we get a false start. So it looks like our favorite here in the second heat has been disqualified. And that is Drummond out of Wethersfield as he got off to the false start. So, boy, that could be interesting and certainly helps a wealth of competitors here today, doesn't it, to have one of your favorites of a heat dropping out. So now they're ready. -1. So nobody in lane 8. And lane 4 is vacant. Your next closest competitor perhaps coming out of lane 5 and Waller as they are off. Waller trying to take the lead there in lane 5. He's digging. He's got competition. 3 coming up on the inside. But it is going to be Waller digging to the line. And the time, unofficial time, is 11.18. We'll get the official time in just a moment as they'll post that rather quickly. 11.16 seconds.
Men's long jumps winding down.
That's
taking place outside.
Few tenths of a second behind Javon Elmore in heat number 2. So now we have heat number 3.
Girls long jump.
Nick Heinold of Joe Barlow in lane 1. Timmy Longway of Platt Tech in lane 2. Jose Estrada of Sheen in lane 3. Keith Owens of Woodstock Academy. He's in lane 4. Tucker Hewitt representing Tolland in lane 5. Najee Smith of Jonathan Law in lane number 6. And Richard DiFederico of Watertown in lane number 7. He's in the bright orange. This is heat number 3. And they are off in the third heat. of the 100-meter dash. And it's going to be close as they come digging towards the line. Good surge by, in lane 4, Keith Owens of Woodstock Academy, and he might have got there. Look at the winning time. It is going to be lane 4 in a time of 11:25, and Keith Owens
Woodstock Academy.
just holding on for the victory, outlasting Tucker Hewitt of Tolland, who ran a great race. And we'll see the replay on that one again. And watch Keith Owens, what a closing stride he'll have coming down the stretch.
Fermi, Aaliyah Robinson, Wilbercross, and Chaslyn Saucier, Wilbercross. Those are your top 8. Kelly, Madison, Stephanie, Danielle.
Good look at the competitors, too.
Asamobi, Aaliyah, and Chaslyn for the finals.
And there's that lean and across by Keith Owens. Was terrific. So here's heat 4. Neves of Cheney Tech in lane 1, Park of New London in lane 2, Gill in lane 3 out of Waterford, Jones of Waterford in lane 4, Cologne in lane 5, I believe, out of Fermi, Pacheco of New Fairfield in lane 6, and Ball of Wethersfield in lane number 7. As they're just about ready. We've had one disqualification. O'Neill Drummond of Wethersfield disqualified in the second heat for the false start. They're in the blocks. And they are off. One to watch could be Jones of Waterford in lane 4. He's being challenged here. And look at this. This could be a tight finish. As you had 2 from Waterford, Gill and Jones going shoulder to shoulder. And it looks like Christopher Jones may have just outlasted his teammate across the line. We'll get the winning time in just a moment. That was a tight one. It will be in lane 4. Christopher Jones of Waterford in a time of 11.18 seconds. And we'll see that tight finish once again. You can take a look at Gill and Jones, both of Waterford, and Jones just able to outlast his teammate. That is the 3rd fastest qualifying time we've had today. And we have one more heat to go. Marcus Pugnisi of North Haven in lane 1. Ethan Busey of Avon in lane 2. Joe Pacelli of Jonathan Law in lane 3. Joshua Banners of Bethel in lane 4. Altamat in lane 5 from Brantford. The Mayo of Brantford in lane 6. And Lewis of Jonathan Law in lane number 7. And if I do mispronounce a name, I do apologize. We get these lists not enough time to really go out and identify each and every competitor. I mean, there are so many, over 700 of them. It's impossible to talk to each and one of them individually. So we do, obviously, the best we can. And we're just about ready to get going with the 5th heat, the final heat, to find out who will qualify for the championship here in Class MM in the 100-meter dash. And they're off. And it looks like in lane 4 there's a slight advantage to Banners, and she's trying to hold on. He's going to hold on. That's a strong stride. That's a great run. Wasn't the fastest time, but it should be good enough to get Joshua Banners in, the favorite here today. He's out of Bethel. Winning time was 11:21. And we'll find out who the qualifiers are for you as soon as we can. Up next, we have the women's 1,600-meter run. So we'll catch our breath for just a second. We did promise you some qualifiers for the upcoming women's 100-meter dash, if we hadn't done that already. Saucier, Robinson, Ayer, Moore, Stevens, Koo, Burney, and Hanley. Representing Wilbercross, Fermi, Hillhouse, East Haven, Avon, Brantford, and Woodstock Academy. That's the competitors for the upcoming 100-meter dash on the women's side. And I believe the results are already in, and indeed they are. Boy, they put them up quickly, the qualifiers. Wait a second, it might be -1 here. Nope, they got all 8. It'll be Elmore who had the quickest time in a time of 11:11 to qualify. He's out of New London. Mike Waller of Platt Tech. Christopher Jones of Waterford. Hugh Whalen of Daniel Hand. Julio Gill of Waterford. Joshua Banners of Bethel, who just won a moment ago. Keith Owens of Woodstock Academy. And Tucker Hewitt, excuse me, of Tolland, also qualifying for the upcoming finals of the men's 100-meter dash. So up next will be the 1,600-meter run for the women. Record time set by Megan Owen of Killingly back in 2003 in a time of 4 minutes 57.92 seconds. We have 10 competitors in Heat 1 and 11 to follow in Heat number 2. So 21 contestants, 21 runners competing for the championship here. They'll take the 8 best times and put them in an order. Well, they'll really take all 21 and put them in an order. They'll declare a winner after the 2 heats are concluded, and the top 5 finishers will qualify for the Open. So I guess that's where we're trying to go with all that. So as they set things up for just a moment, we'll take a look down below. It looks like they are ready in the first heat of the women's 1,600-meter run, and certainly they are. And it's Avarka of Wethersfield wearing number 1, Kelly of Watertown wearing 2, Brennan of Wilbur-Cross wearing number 3, Neary of Joe Barlow 4, McAteer of Bethel 5, Schultz of Guilford 6, Goldie of Avon 7, Brokaw of Sacred Heart 8, Spina of Sheehan 9, and
men's triple jump.
Kikosicki of East Haven wearing 10 here in heat number 1. We'll try to identify as they make their way through the turns. As they're off. Opening lap of the girls' 1,600-meter run. Still a tight field as they make the first turn. And the early leader looks like it's Brennan of Wilbur-Cross. Running smoothly. Running second is Kelly out of Watertown. Running third is Neary out of Joe Barlow. And then the rest of the field. You want to be one of the top 5 finishers. That's important here today in the 1,600-meter run for the Class MM Championship.
Woodstock Academy. Joshua Barrera, Benares, Bethel. Julio Gill, Waterford. Hugh Whalen, Daniel Hand. Christopher Jones of Waterford. Mike Waller, Platt Tech. And Javon Elmore, New London.
They make their way through that back stretch, minute 59 into the 1,600-meter run.
Whalen, Jones, Waller, Elmore.
The early leader was Brennan of Wilbur-Cross. Brennan still on top. There have been some changes behind. Brennan continues to set the pace. You have 4, maybe 5 runners close enough to make a kick here as this race continues to evolve. The leader is Brennan by a couple of steps. Kelly of Watertown trying to make a move as she settles into second place. And now third is Schultz of Guilford as she moves to the inside lane. Running fourth right now is Brokaw out of Sacred Heart.
All men's 400-meter run.
Top 5 so important. as they continue to make their way through that turn. And you're 2 laps in a time of 3:08. A little bit under that. Taking a look at the time as they make their way into that back stretch again. Next time they make their way in front of the grandstand, we'll hear the bell for the bell lap. 4 times around in this women's 1,600-meter run. Still a very close field. As they make their way here through the final turn and coming down the stretch, we'll be able to set that field for you again as Brennan continues to lead the way. In the second place, it is Kelly. Running third is Schultz of Guilford. And fourth is the young lady out of Bethel. That is Cara McAteer. As they continue here with this, the final lap, I believe. I believe I heard the bell. Maybe I didn't hear the bell. I think there's 1 lap to go. Sign still says 1 lap to go down there. And everybody has passed through. We're 4 minutes, 47 seconds in. Making a move up into third place is Morgan Brokaw of Sacred Heart on that back stretch. Remember, top 5 are important. It looks like Schultz of Guilford has taken over the lead here by a couple of strides. Dropping into second place has been Brennan of Wilbur Cross. They're trying to go neck and neck and pulling away from the rest of the field. We're 5 minutes and 18 seconds in. And here they come down the stretch. And making that good kick is Olivia Schultz of Guilford. She holds on, and now she's trying to stretch the lead as she comes to the wire. She is going to win this opening heat of the 1,600 meter in an unofficial time of 5:36.17. Finishing second is Brennan. Then the rest of the field, of course, will sort it all out as it moves along. So a great opening heat in the 1,600 meter. 5:40.89, I believe, the winning time for Guilford's Olivia Schultz. She is only a sophomore, and she has set the standard here for heat number 2 to overtake and become a Class MM champion. In heat number 2, Emily Taylor, wearing number 4, one of the favorites in a time of 5:20.90, and Megan Powell of Guilford. Taylor also of Guilford. They have an outstanding 1,600 meter crew, don't they? Powell coming in with a time of 5 minutes 17.73 seconds, looks like. Kelly Davis of Hillhouse and Christine Bedinsky of Ram, also terrific. They have both run sub 5:10 times. Matter of fact, Davis sub 5:10 and Bedinsky running sub 5:05. So she is a clear-cut favorite as we start to look at some of the statistical information here. And it is confirmed Schultz the winner out of Guilford in the first 1,600 meter race, and they're off here in heat number 2. 4 laps around. And they're into their first lap. Always a very exciting race. Last race was quite competitive. Again, Megan Owen of Killingly owns the record time of 4 minutes, 57 seconds. 4:57.92 to be precise. She is done a terrific job. Almost a minute better than what Schultz ran for Guilford here today. As they make their first turn, Davis of Hillhouse has the early lead coming across the lap line for the first time.
This is the first call for the men's high jump. First call, men's high jump.
Dia of Berlin running second. And we'll try to settle the rest of the field after that. Either Megan Powell or Emily Taylor of Guilford right now running third, a distance third, however. Kelly Davis. Yep, Kelly Davis leading out of Hillhouse. Coming around in lap number 2. Women's 1600 meter. Davis continues to set the pace as they make their way through the turn and they come down the stretch. Davis on top by a couple of lengths, maybe 10 feet. Following closely, looks like that is Christine Bedzinski. And then the rest of the field. Running third is Megan Powell of Guilford. So 2-1-3 if you score at home, like I try to score here in person. Around the far turn, Davis holding on. Bedzinski, the favorite, is running second. You would expect Bedzinski to have a terrific kick. She's out of Ram. Davis trying to hold on. She's been setting the pace. Looks like she might begin to falter a little bit. And Bedzinski will take over. She just hunted her down. Davis went out as a jackrabbit to take the lead here. And Bedzinski continues the lead. She's running smoothly out on top, has a great stride. You can tell her breathing rhythm is perfect. As she looks very comfortable coming around the turn. So important to find your comfort zone in these long races. She's got that stride going. Arms swinging strongly. Bedzinski continues the lead. Davis struggling a little bit now in second place.
Got a close race on the track right now. The 1600
She has broken her stride just a little bit. Third is Megan Powell out of Guilford. Running fourth is Riccici. Gabrielle Riccici of New Fairfield is running fourth right now. Bedzinski continues the lead. Time 4:21. Her best 5:04.09. As they come around that final turn. And Bedzinski at 4:45. Time to beat is 5 minutes 40.89 seconds. She is well under that, and she will be crowned your Class Double M champion as she comes towards the finish line, trying to break 5 minutes. Can she do it? No, just missed. That's the unofficial time. The official time would be 5 minutes, .14. Nearly broke the 5-minute barrier. But what a race by Bedzinski of Ram. She will be your women's 1600-meter champion. We'll have the official results, all the results for you. That's upcoming momentarily. What an exciting finish and what a race. Christine Bedzinski of Ram, your 2012 1600-meter champion. And a sizzling time of 5 minutes, .16. Terrific. So up next, the men's 1,600 meter run. And again, we have two heats. Johnny Rainier of, set the mark back in 2009, 4 minutes 19.30 seconds. Here in heat number one, you have Zachariah Pittman of E.O. Smith in lane one, wearing number one. John Combies of East Lyme, wearing number two. Raymond Fiondella of North Haven, wearing number three. Johnny Perla of Torrington, wearing number four. Scott Butler of East Lyme, wearing five. Charles Fowler of Brantford, 6. Timmy Myers of East Lyme, 7. Johnny Rivera of Wyndham, wearing 8. And Michael McGonigal of New Fairfield, wearing the number 9. The favorite to win the event is Logan Fulton of Joe Barlow. He'll race in Heat 2. His time of splendid 4 minute 22.81 time as a qualifier time. Favorite of this lot is Pittman with his time just under 4:39. They're into lap number one as we're underway. Very tight pack as they make their way through the turn. They'll make their first swing in front of the grandstand. The boys' 1,600 meter Class MM Outdoor Track and Field Championship. Still very, very tight. Looks like the early lead belongs to McGonigal of New Fairfield as they make the first pass. In second place is John Combies. They continue to run a very tight pack. Nobody breaking away as of yet. McGonigal of New Fairfield continues to set the pace. There's a move being made on the outside, however. That might be Pittman of E.O. Smith. As he'll take over the lead, it's starting to falter is McGonigal as he'll drop back a couple of places in the third. As they make their way through the turn. Pittman trying to take charge, has a short lead. Actually, as a second look, it's Combies of East Lyme who has taken the lead through the turn. A couple of laps to go.
Once again, all
Boy, I tell you, 1 through 9, all within striking distance as they continue to remain in a tight pack. To the inside, Combies continues to lead by a shallow half a step. That lead has gone by the boards. Somebody's making a big move around that far turn. What makes it difficult to identify, there's no standard on where the numbers go. It seems as though the runners just put them where they want. So hopefully as we continue coverage of the track and field events, we can create some standards here, which would be terrific. This is John Perla of Torrington who's taken the lead. He wears number 4. Up on the outside, that's McGonigal finding some energy as they move into the bell lap. So McGonigal, who had faded a bit, has moved back into second place with the lead belonging to Johnny Perla of Torrington. And Perla trying to pull away from this field. Into that back stretch. Perla running strongly. Again, after some resurgent effort out there by McGonigal, he has dropped back again. Combies of East Lyme looks like he is moving strongly on the outside, and he will challenge. Perla trying to hold on as they come around the turn. Perla now second. They're coming down the stretch and towards the finish line. And that does look like it's Combies of East Lyme who is on top. You can see the two clearly. He comes to the finish line, and he will outlast the field. We'll get the official time in a moment. In fact, it was Combies for the winning time in lane 2. Perla to finish second. Then the rest of the field, of course, as they sort things out after the 2 heats, we'll let you know who won, who finished second, third, fourth, and fifth. We have a winner in the finals of the women's 1600. The top 5 moving on to the open. It's Christine Pezinski of Ram in that time of 5:04.09. Kelly Davis of Hill House in a time of 5:09.04. Megan Powell of Guilford finishing third. Emily Taylor of Guilford finishing fourth. Gabriel Riccici of New Fairfield finishing fifth. Liz Bengler of Sheehan finishing sixth. Fiona Doolin of Guilford finishing seventh. And Kristen Medea of Berlin finishing eighth. They are off in the second heat of the men's 1600 meter. Logan Fulton, the clear-cut favorite of Joe Barlow, out of Joe Barlow. His best time, some 8 seconds better than the rest of the field. He's wearing number 1. Matt Mencher of Tolland wearing number 2. Zach Anderson of New Fairfield 3. Connor LaFontaine of Tolland 4. John Clark of Daniel Hand 5. Kevin McGuire of Guilford wearing number 6. Nate Buskey of E.O. Smith wearing 7. Doug Sasso of Watertown wearing 8. Eric Arsenault of Brantford 9. And John Estes of E.O. Smith wearing number 10 as they make their first pass through.
And CIAC memorabilia is being
Field spreading out a little bit.
Outside of the track.
Looks like the early leader is Mencher. Fulton is running second, Anderson third, and fourth is McGuire. John Clark also tucked in among the early leaders out of Daniel Hand. Top 5 finishers to qualify. Of course, you have to take into consideration the racers in heat number 1. The top 5 times will qualify for the upcoming State Open. Although I heard a rumor that they allow 6. Maybe they allow a substitute or so. I don't know. I'm new to the world of track and field, but I tell you what, I certainly do appreciate the athleticism displayed by these student athletes during these events. They are terrific. Well conditioned, that's obvious. I mean, to watch them compete in the pole vault as they are across the way. And, of course, these long-distance runners. Leading the way now is Fulton. Fulton setting the pace here through the turn in a time of 2:13 as they complete a couple of laps. Fulton looking strong out of Joe Barlow. Looks very comfortable right now with his stride as Fulton continues to lead.
Currently on the track, last seat of the men's 1600.
In fourth place is John Clark out of Daniel Hand. He's within striking distance.
Matt Mencher, Tolland, Zach
Matt Mencher of Tolland still amongst the leaders. But it's Fulton who continues to lead, and then you have quite a gap back to the rest of the field. So it's a real battle for the top 4 positions. Looks like Kevin McGuire of Guilford has settled in neatly into 5th place as he takes a look over his shoulder as they make the pass. We're going to have the bell lap upcoming. Fulton continues to lead. Now he's going to be challenged on the outside. That is Mencher trying to challenge Fulton. They go 1 and 2 across that line into the bell lap. Mencher has taken the lead. Fulton trying to make a move on the outside. trying to put away Mencher quickly. Mencher trying to stay right with him. Fulton has it. Mencher is on his heels. He's struggling just a little bit, however. As you can see, the running style of Fulton remains strong and at ease. Mencher digging and trying to remain in second place and perhaps catch him down the stretch, but Fulton starting to lengthen that lead ever so slightly through the turn.
Just about going on to the home stretch.
Fulton doing a nice job. Logan Fulton continues to lead, and here he comes. And Fulton is going to run away from Mencher. Zach Anderson of New Fairfield looking for second place, and Fulton's going to win it. It's going to be tight for the rest. But a nice win by Logan Fulton out of Joe Barlow in a time of 4 minutes 25 seconds. 4:25 point. I didn't catch it all as they flashed the other times across the board, but we'll sort it all out for you. But at least 4:25, a little bit off his season's best, 4:20.81. So in a moment, we'll have the official results of the men's 1,600-meter run. That concludes heat number 2. And up next will be the women's 400-meter dash. We will have 4 heats in the 400-meter dash, declaring a winner with the best times of the lot. So quite a finish and nice run there by Logan Fulton. He is your 2012 Class MM 1,600-meter champion. It's amazing how quickly they get these results to us.
Denisha Williams will move across to the women's.
So we do remind you, you are watching the CIAC Class MM Track and Field Championships right here on the CIAC Network. This is our inaugural broadcast. Well, not our inaugural broadcast, set of broadcasts, might put it that way, as we began with track on Tuesday. We were here yesterday and again here today. And, of course, next week we'll be part of the Track Open Championships presented by the CIAC, which should be a terrific event. And then all next weekend, we'll be everywhere. Volleyball and softball and baseball and boys and girls lacrosse will all be featured. I'll have a chance to go back into my element. I'll be part of the baseball broadcast at Palmer Field and sitting down calling balls and strikes, which should be a lot of fun. So up next, we have the women's 400-meter dash. Monica Hargrove is the record holder, set it in 1999 at a time of 56.55. I believe they're setting up the hurdle, so I might be out of place here. I was looking at results and things like that. This is heat number 11. So they are setting up the hurdle. So I believe they'll come out with the boys, and indeed they will. So this is going to be the men's 110-meter hurdle final. That's what we have here. So, okay. I forgot that they kind of went backwards here. The reason why they do this is they run the men's race after the women's race, and they already have the hurdles set for their 110-meter hurdles at the proper height. So they will come out, and they will run first, and we'll have the women's 110-meter hurdle final. In lane 1 will be Jordan McBride, Jordan Jones in lane 2. McBride, by the way, out of Rockville. Jones out of Waterford. Spencer out of North Haven. Johnny Spencer in lane 3. Trevon Morgan of Platt in lane 4. Danny Baum of Sheehan in lane 5. He is the favorite to win this 110-meter hurdles today, although he did not have the fastest qualifying time. Morgan did. Austin Sundloff of Joe Barlow in lane 6. Jared Kugler of Watertown in lane 7. And Stephen Cofrancesco of North Haven in lane number 8. Fastest qualifying time through the preliminaries. Denny Baum, 15.41. And Morgan in lane 4, 15.28. So there's your two fastest competitors as they are ready and on your mark. And they are off. in the 110-meter hurdle championship. And it looks like in lane 4, it's Morgan trying to outlast the rest. He's been strong all day, coming over the final hurdle. Competition coming from the outside, but he'll hold on. Trevon Morgan looks like he'll pick it up out of Platt. Winning time 15:31. So Morgan wins in a time of 15:31. It is Trevon Morgan finishing first. Congratulations to Trevon Morgan of Platt. What a finish and what a run.
While they're setting up for the next heat.
So we'll have a brief break now as they will set up for the women's.
Top 6 for the women's 1,600-meter run. Liz Fangler, 6 from Sheehan. Gabrielle Riccici, New Fairfield. Emily Taylor, Guilford is 4.
100-meter hurdle final. We'll set that field for you, then we'll take a bit of a break. We'll take a look at all the other action taking place here at Willowbrook Park, inside Veterans Stadium here in New Britain. But Kelly Walker out of Rockville will be in lane 1. Jalea White of Hillhouse in lane 2. Nia Ruth of Hillhouse in lane 3. Chanoa Sebastian of Ledyard in lane 4. Brianna Sims of Hillhouse in lane 5. Sarah Barnick of Watertown in lane 6. Alexandra Bender of Joe Barlow in lane 7. And Alexa Von Camper of Bacon Academy in lane 8. The quickest qualifying time belongs to Sebastian of Ledyard in a time of 15:32. So up next, the women's 100-meter hurdles as soon as they get those hurdles ready.
John Clark of Daniel Han is 4th. New Fairfield, Zach Anderson is
We do remind you, you're watching the 2012 Class M Track Championship presented by the CIAC, and you're watching it right here on the brand new CIAC Network. So nice to be with you all. And boy, this is going to be terrific in association with Play On Sports. And it's so refreshing to be part of all this great stuff taking place at the CIAC. There's going to be many changes that are certainly going to be very, very endearing to all you high school fans out there and athletes too. There's some big changes coming and they're all terrific. So certainly looking forward to being part of all that. As we're just about set with the Dash Championship. Walker trying to win it in lane 1. In lane 4, in lane 5, there's quite a contest moving on in lane 5. Is Sims, will she get there over the last hurdle? And she pulls the upset here. Brianna Sims of Hillhouse beating Sebastian by a lean. A terrific, terrific run. What a race. So we'll get the official time and the official winner, but it did look like Sims in lane 5 victorious on the lean, although Sebastian was right there. So we will have the
Francesco.
Official results momentarily. The winning time was 15.34.
North Haven time of 15.51. John Spencer.
And they'll flash the
2012 men's
order
10-meter hurdle champion with
in just a moment.
15.31.
In lane 5, indeed the winner.
Trevon Morgan.
And that is Brianna Sims of Hill House, your 2012 women's 100-meter hurdle champion. So congratulations. And we'll see that tight finish again. This was a terrific, terrific event. Sims out of lane 5 and Sebastian in lane 4. And look at that lean by Sims and just nipping Sebastian by about 0.03 of a second. That's how close it was. Actually, we take another look at it. It was about 0.3 of a second. So, unbelievable. So, up next, right here on the CIAC network, we have the boys 100 meter. And they are off in the championship. And it's going to be a close finish. Very close finish.
100-meter run. Looks like Javon Elmore.
And they believe Elmore has won it.
Here are your results for the men's shot put. 6th place, Trevor Otts, Bethel High School.
So Javon Elmore out of New London, who came in with the top qualifying time. So he's had a terrific day today. Coming up with a victory.
Devin Johnson, this year's runner-up with a throw of 48 feet even from North Haven High School.
And we'll see the replay of Javon Elmore's victory here in the 100-meter dash final.
48 feet 8 inches, Ryan Luberto.
Okay. Replay misfired on us, which is okay down below. But just a terrific win by Javon Elmore out of New London, your 2012 dash champion. This is the women's 100-meter dash final. Bernie of Brantford in lane 1, Stevens of East Haven in lane 2, Ayer of Fermi in lane 3, a couple of Wilbur Cross races in lane 4s and 5s. That's Saucier trying to win it in lane 4. She came in with the best qualifying time, and she is going to fly to the finish line and pick up the 100-yard dash victory. It's going to be a terrific time, too. 12.47 seconds. And Saucier able to pick it up. Chaslyn Saucier out of Wilbur Cross in the beautiful city of New Haven.
That looks like Chaslyn Saucier, Wilbur Cross.
So Saucier coming across that line on top.
100-meter finals.
So congratulations to Chaslyn Saucier.
Make a call for men's and women's 800 meters. Once again, men and women 800 meters. If you are checked in for the 300-meter hurdles, you can report to the 300-meter area. 300-meter hurdle area.
So an exciting finish to the Dash Championships.
Top 6 finishers should be getting their medals.
So up next, I believe we do have the women's 300-meter hurdles. I believe that is coming up next. As we take a good look at Veterans Stadium.
Connecticut High School of Coaches. Anybody else looking?
So this is heat number 1 of the 300 meter.
At that awards table.
Actually, it's just they're setting up the hurdles now, I believe, on the far side. Okay, so here we go. As we get ready. So the girls' 400-meter run is what is up next. Okay, so we're just about ready to go here. So the women's 400-meter dash, Monica Hargrove has set the record in 1999 at time of 56:55. We have 3 races here in the heat number 1 of 4. Perricone of New Fairfield in lane 3, Hudak of Avon in lane 4, and Tracy, lane 5 out of Brantford. The 400-meter dash. The top qualifier, Precious Holmes of Hill House, with a sizzling time of 52:67. She most certainly will be the one to beat here today. Looks like we just have 2 running in this race, so there has been a scratch. And in lane 4, it's Sarah Hudak of Avon
Men's 100 meters.
making a strong run towards the line.
Keith Owens of Woodstock Academy is 5th. Hugh Whalen.
And Hudak will cross, setting the standard here in a time of 104.24 seconds. Yes, indeed, 104.
And this year's champion.
0.24, outlasting Alexandra Tracy of Avon. So here's the second heat with lane 1 and 8 being unoccupied. Kayla Newwall of Foreign in lane 2. Monica Mazur of Brookfield in lane 3. Laura Morrison of Weathersfield in lane 4. Jillian Blackwell of Joe Barlow in lane 5. Meg Cernick of New Fairfield in lane 6. Christy Kirshner of Joe Barlow in lane number 7. 400-meter dash. This is the second of 4 heats. And they're off in the 400-meter dash, heat number 2. Kirshner of Joe Barlow out there on the far side. Cernick of New Fairfield in lane 6. The favorite, and a very tight field, qualifying time-wise, is Laura Morrison of Weathersfield. She's in lane 4. Morrison looks like she's got good positioning coming into this final turn to take this heat. As she now bounces into the lead. Laura Morrison out of Weathersfield, qualifying time at 102.70. Now she falters a bit as in lane number 3, that's Mazur of Brookfield running strongly, and Mazur coming down the stretch, and she's going to pull off the victory here. Her winning time will be 103.02. So 103.02 will put her on top as they have 4 heats. And the best time of the 4 heats, that person will be declared the 2012 400-meter dash champion. So we have heat number 3 upcoming.
Long jump.
Anaja Carr of Hillhouse in lane 1. Samantha Bartel of Sheehan in lane 2. Lucy Daniels of Bethel in lane 3. Lindsay Sasso of Watertown in lane 4. Claudia Schatz of Wilbercross in lane 5. Sydney Curtis of Hillhouse in lane 6.
Champion with a jump of 17 feet.
Janesse Peterson of Hillhouse in lane 7. And Javonna McDaniel of Hillhouse in lane 8.
6th place, Ashley Dudley of Platt.
This is the 3rd heat of 4. Time to beat is 103.02. Monica Manzer has the lead time through 2 heats.
Elizabeth Christensen of Guilford, this year's runner-up with a throw.
We still have Precious Holmes to follow. Precious Holmes running a qualifying time 4 seconds better than the Class MM record set in 1999 by Monica Hargrove. So she certainly is the clear-cut favorite here today in the 400-meter dash. I know she has set records in other classes in previous years. She is just a sensational racer. Precious Holmes coming up in heat number 4 out of Hillhouse. And they are just about ready for the start of heat number 3 of the girls' 400-meter dash. The favorite might consider Lindsay Sasso of Watertown in lane 4. We've had some upsets, so we get a false start.
Here are the results of the pole vault for the women's. Danielle Mavoui of Bacon Academy is 6th. Molly Gibo of Woodstock Academy 5th. Kelly Fortin of Weathersfield 4th. Amanda Weinberger.
I believe it's the top 6 who are going to qualify for the Open because they announced the top 6 finishers in each event. So I was told it's 5, but I believe they have moved it on to 6 now qualifying, which is all about getting more athletes involved, which is terrific. That might have been the old standard of 5, and once again, being the novice I am, we're learning every day. Beautiful day here in New Britain, Connecticut. Everybody settling in. The whistle. The starter is ready. They're claiming the runner in lane 1, Anaja Carr of Hillhouse, did not hear the starter's gun. And they are ready. All the runners are set. And everybody back up. So they're going to reset the field. I think there's some difficulty with the competitors hearing the instructions from the starter down below. So they'll try it again. We get the whistle. The gun in the air, on their mark. And now they're set. This is heat number 3, the 400-meter dash. Young lady in the orange top and the false start. And the black shorts, the one to watch here in this heat. That is Lindsay Sasso, if they can ever get it started here. Let's see. We're going to get a false start out of lane 3. So Lucy Daniels of Bethel, who owns the third quickest time of this lot, has been disqualified. So now lane 3 is open. So they'll try a restart. This is the third try to get this heat underway. So they're on their mark. And they're off. It's a clean start. So it took them 3 times, but a clean start. In lane 4, that is Lindsay Sasso. She's got the orange top on, perhaps the one to watch. Kushner Let's see, that is McDaniel on the outside out of Hillhouse running strongly now through that back stretch. 400-meter dash. Of course, they start with a staggered start. Everything really starts to take some sort of formation place-wise as they make their way through this turn here. On the inside, that is Naja Carr trying to turn it on. She's in good position in lane number 1 as they make their way through the turn. Sasso in lane 4, coming strongly. On the outside, there's competition. Carr trying to hold on the inside. On the outside, it's Peterson making a run as they come to the wire. Peterson starting to pull away. That is Peterson out of Hillhouse, finishing first in a time of 1 minute, .74. That is the fastest time out of the first 3 heats. So, Jonessi Peterson of Hillhouse in lane 7, victorious. That is the quickest time. She becomes a new leader through 3 heats. So, Peterson, a good look at her down below. She is gassed after that run. She was certainly challenged by Carr on the inside. And now we have the 4th and final heat. And the overwhelming favorite in lane 4 is Precious Holmes out of Hillhouse. Her qualifying time, once again, 52.67. The Class MM record of 56.55, set in 1999 by Monica Hargrove. You would have to think it's in jeopardy, although we have not had many record-breaking performances here today. There is a rather gusty wind here in New Britain, Connecticut today. I know it's been swirling into our press box facility up top here, and all my paperwork flies all over the place when someone's opened a door. So it looks like Holmes very meticulous in putting her starting block down. So this could be a very exciting moment. She has shattered many records in a couple of different classes now. She is absolutely spectacular. Lane 4, Precious Holmes, the one to highlight. Her time to beat today thus far is 1 minute, .74. It's held by Peterson, her teammate out of Hillhouse. A couple of competitors who've been very close as to Jean Paris of Brookfield. She's in lane 3 as they are off. And also in lane 5 is Vopel out of Berlin, who's run sub 1 minute. As they make their way into that back stretch, Precious Holmes starting to turn it on. As you can see, she is just dominating in the middle of the track as she will be the first through the back stretch on a staggered start. And Precious Holmes has come here to run today. And she is on top right now in lane number 4 and starting to pull away from this field. Precious Holmes coming around the turn, the clock at 34 as she makes the turn in lane number 4. Precious Holmes continues to lead. This competition coming late, but not enough time left as Precious Holmes coming down the stretch. It's at 45 seconds. Her class record time to beat is 56.55. She's at 51. She comes to the line, and she is across in 54.44.
So that was Precious Holmes, folks. She just shattered that record unofficially by 2 seconds, the meet record in the 400.
You just heard the track announcer down below. That is a new record in the women's 400-meter dash, shattering a Monica Hargrove's record by nearly 2 seconds in an unofficial time of 55.44. She will be your 2012 women's 400-meter dash champion. Precious Holmes does not disappoint here today. As expected, she comes out and runs just a brilliant race. Not her fastest time of the year, if you can believe that, but certainly good enough to break the record. And we'll see a replay of the Precious Holmes trip around the course to a record-breaking performance. Precious Holmes will let the pitcher tell the story. Precious Holmes down the stretch, just so strong as she tucks in and breaks the record here today. So Precious Holmes, a holder of many records now in a couple of different classes, and what an outstanding competitor. And, being new to track, but understanding she has broken a lot of records, is certainly something to just marvel about. So now we have the men's 400 meter dash as they're off quickly. They get out so quick that you don't have time to think sometimes. Boy, they're just moving these events along here today. So we have 3 runners here in heat number 1. Parati of Brantford in lane 3. Callagher of East Lyme in lane 2. And Gorman of Daniel Hand running in lane number 5. And right now in lane 4, Callagher is looking strong in lane number 4 and starting to pull away from the field on the outside. Gorman of Hand trying to stay close, but coming across is Callagher, and it looks like Callagher is going to hold on for the win here and set the time for everybody else to beat. And that is going to be 54.84, a finishing time at 54.84. So a nice run by Callagher, 54.84, the winning time. We'll have a total of 6 competitors in the second heat of the men's 400-meter dash. Lanes 1 and 8 will be vacant. The record time set in 2008 of 48.42 is set by Barnaby of Weaver. Andre Barnaby of Weaver, okay, as we found it there. The Andre Barnaby setting the record in 2008. The top seed coming in is Kent Grishmer of E.O. Smith, a sophomore, in a time of 50.27, just a couple of seconds off that record-breaking pace. So here we go. Horrigan in lane 2, Rodriguez in lane 3. Horrigan out of Sheehan, Rodriguez out of Tulland, Tala out of Brantford in lane 4, Robert English of E.O. Smith in lane 5, Ryan Sedal of Jonathan Law in lane 6, and Zachary Sabo of Foreign in lane number 7. This is heat number 2 of the men's 400-meter dash. And they are off. Tala, the one to beat, qualifying time 53.34. His time to beat is 54.84. Set by Callagher in the first heat. As they make their way through that back stretch, it's still a very tight field. Remember, a staggered start. As they come through this final turn, you can really begin to understand who might have the most explosive kick. Although starting that kick right now is Sedal in lane number 6 out of Jonathan Law. And he looks healthy coming around the turn here. There's some competition coming to the inside. Trying to hold on the outside is Sedal. Here comes in lane number 3. That is Rodriguez making a gain, but trying to hold on, and doing so on a good run is Ryan Sedal out of Jonathan Law. And a winning time looks like a 53.55, and that will overtake Callagher's 54.84. So Sedal able to outlast a tight field in a terrific race, and now we have heat number 3 upcoming. Orin Park will be in lane 1 out of New London. Didier Jean-Marie of Stratford in lane 2. Ryan Lumsden of East Lyme in lane 3. Ryan Thomas of New Fairfield in lane 4. Emmett Clark of East Lyme in lane 5. Brian Mora of New London in lane 6. Mike Capozzi of Sheehan in lane 7, and Steve Smith of Fermi. He will be in lane number 8. So all the lanes filled up here for the third of 4 heats here in the 400-meter dash. Time to beat now, 53.55. Jonathan Law's Ryan Sedal setting the mark in heat number 2. This for the 400-meter dash championship here in Class MM, presented by the CIAC. Runners are ready. The starter is not. Here he is now. He's moved to the outside of the track. He was on the infield earlier. There's the starter's gun, and they are off in this 400-meter dash. Once again, keep your eyes on Ryan Thomas of New Fairfield. Qualifying time 52.64. He is in lane number 4. Trying to hold on the outside is Steve Smith out of Fermi. With that staggered start, he'll be the first into the turn. On the inside, it looks like Orin Park of New London is well positioned to take the lead here. As they come around the turn, Park indeed the first to hit the stretch. Park trying to hold on the inside. You got company coming on the outside in the lane number 4, but I don't think there's enough to get there, and holding on for the win is Park at the wire as he beats Ryan Thomas of New Fairfield. His time is 52:60, so we have a new leader as Orin Park of New London now takes over the top spot in the quest for the 400-meter dash championship. This is our final group coming out. Of course, we'll have the results of the women's 400-meter dash. We'll put them all together for you. Well, it's not too tough to tell you who won it. Precious Holmes setting a Class MM record, just blowing away the field. Her record time, 55:44. And we will second check that for you. It is definitely a record time, but I want to be precise with the time for you all who are enjoying that historic moment by Precious Holmes. So in lane number 1, they're going to fill all 8, by the way, here in the 4th heat. Adonis Langal of Torrington in lane 1. Tomazi Peedle of Wethersfield in lane 2. Elmore in lane 3. Grismer of E.O. Smith in lane 4. Toto of Jonathan Law in lane 5. Burke, Vareed, and Debaco of Avon rounding it all out there. And the favorite coming in is Grismer of E.O. Smith. So it's Kent Grismer with a second look. His qualifying time, 50:27. His time to beat is 52:60 if he wants to be the 2012 400-meter dash champion. Elmore and Toto have also run sub 51 seconds, so there's terrific competition, but we get a false start here. And I don't know if it's going to be in lane 6 or not, because the runner Colin Burke in lane 6 of Brookfield has his hands on his head, and he is leaning over as he has been disqualified. Colin Burke, a senior out of Brookfield. Looks like he has been disqualified. He is certainly beside himself down below. And it's got to be a tough feeling. He just flops to the infield grass and totally upset, visibly upset with that false start. Oh, that is just tough luck. You really got to feel for the young man. You train all year long. And he is still despondent down below in disbelief. He's far enough off the track that they can say, let's run the race. Okay, so you got to feel for Mr. Burke. So we're just about set to get going. As they're on their mark, and we get a clean start. The time to beat is 52:60, held by Park in heat number 3. As they make their way through that turn into the back stretch, the field begins to take formation. And on the outside, Debaco trying to maintain that advantage from the start. In lane 7 is Vareed of Tolland. To the inside, you start to see some competition picking up some ground here. That is Zach Toto out of Jonathan Law, who's working hard. Trying to come around the turn now. Toto in lane number 5. Looks like he'll hit the stretch on top, but the competition coming quickly. Toto trying to hold on. Coming up in lane 4 is Grismer. Here they come to the wire. Grismer trying to catch. Toto trying to hold on to the wire in lane 3. Oh, boy, it was Elmore. That's a tight one. What a finish. It might have been Toto, I don't know. It might have been Elmore. Grismer had a chance too. What a finish at the wire. It might have been Elmore. We'll wait and see. That was the finish of the day right there. Elmore coming from out of nowhere. Toto trying to hold on.
Here are your top 6 women's discus
Wow.
throwers. Kate.
I'm still waiting for him to flash it up on the board. Maybe we can see a replay. First place in lane 3. They will give that one to Javon Elmore out of New London. How important is his winning time? I believe it was sub 52.60. It was close to, it was 50.62, I believe, for the championship. But what a finish. And Javon Elmore, with that late kick, will become your 400-meter dash champion. What a finish. Wow, that was absolutely sensational. And great work by our camera crew and our director down in the truck to get all that. That was good work. 50.63, the official winning time for Javon Elmore. Well, I'm going to catch my breath. The women's 300-meter hurdles, I believe, is the next event upcoming. They are putting the hurdles onto the track as we speak. So we'll identify where we are. We're inside this beautiful facility at Willowbrook Park, inside Veterans Stadium. It is the home of the CIAC Class MM Track Championships. Well, as you can see, some of the judges making their way across the infield as they work so hard behind the scenes. I'll tell you what, great clock management too up above the folks who do the timing. They have had some tough ones. As we are underway here in heat number 1 of the women's 300-meter hurdles, is going to be a total of 4 heats. Clevine Sanson holding the record in 44.62 set in 2007, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly. Looks like we got a scratch here in the first of the 4 heats, as we only have 2 competitors now competing, and they are in lanes 3 and 4. So Mango in lane 5 not racing. Scahill of Ledyard in lane 3, and Vujas of Berlin in lane number 4 as they come to the wire, and a winner will be out of lane 4. That's Vujas. Chelsea Vujas of Berlin in a time of 50.244.
Closest race of the day. 3-way battle.
So this will bring us up to heat number 2 of the 4. So the winning time, the time to beat now is 52.44. So the standard has been sent by Vujas. So here in the second heat, you have Andy Sansone in lane 2, Amanda Garcia in lane 3, Nicole Jepson in lane 4, Jaleen Phelps of Platt in lane 5, Anna Atkinson of Brantford in lane 6, and Samantha Martin of Wethersfield in lane number 7. And they're ready to go here in heat number 2. Your favorite is in lane 4, Nicole Jepson. And they're off to a clean start. You can hardly hear the starter's gun. That wind is certainly gusty here today as they approach the hurdles. All clearing those hurdles cleanly as they make their way through the turns. Lanes 1 and 8 vacant. Jepson in lane 4 is the one to beat here if you were to handicap this heat, and she's running in good position right now. On the outside, however, is Samantha Martin. Martin has the lead as they come down to the final 2 hurdles. And she slowed down to make that hurdle, and that allows Phelps to cut across the hurdle and on for the win. Tough break right there on the outside. Martin had the lead. It looked like it was a comfortable lead, and she had problems with that hurdle. And Phelps came up in a time of 50.67 to take the lead. And that is the best time through 2 heats. So Jolene Phelps able to pick up the win in lane number 5.
65 points is your current leader for the women.
And we'll have the 3rd heat upcoming. Herron, Boncamper, Doyle, Mackenzie Mendegrel of Sheehan, Carol De Silva, Reese, Bender, and Carden. And another quick start. Can't even look up and down the roster sheets. They're getting these races off so quickly here in these preliminary heats. But it's been exciting to watch here today, that is for sure. As they continue through that far turn, the favorite is out of Sheehan High School, Mendegrel. And she is in lane number 4, is Mackenzie, as they come through the turn here. And she looks like she's in pretty good position. There's a vacant lane 2, by the way. We had a scratch there as we pick that up. As they come down the stretch, and Doyle of Joe Barlow is going to clear the final hurdle and finish first in a spectacular time of 48.50. 48.50. So 48.50 becomes a new lead time, and it belongs to Lindsay Doyle of Joel Barlow. Has the fastest time of the day with one more heat to go. So the favorite, the overall favorite, Kelly Walker of Rockville, whose best time is 45.85, will have to beat 48.50. She is the top seed coming in, racing here in heat number 4 of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. Ayer of Fermi in lane 1. Barnick of Watertown lane 2, Ruth of Hillhouse in lane 3, Walker of Rockville in lane 4, White of Hillhouse in lane 5, Hernandez of Bethel in lane 6, Przazik of Bunnell in lane 7, and Gillerin of Woodstock Academy in lane number 8. They're all filled up, and here they go. They're off in the highest seeds of the 4.
Triple jump, 6th place, Rams.
It should be a great competition.
5th place,
Walker out of Rockville, again the one to watch in lane 4. Although a lot of the ones you might expect winning the earlier heats have not been able to do so here today, as here they come. And they're coming down the stretch and looking strong. In lane 5 is White. Walker trying to make up ground in lane 4. White and Walker coming to the final hurdle. Who will clear it cleanly? And on to the win is Kelly Walker. I should say that's White. Jalia White out of Hillhouse, the freshman, in a time of 45.33. And she will be your champion. So it is a White just nipping Walker by just that much to become your champion of the 300-meter hurdle. We'll take a look at that replay, and a great finish between Walker and White. Boy, they both cleared that final hurdle cleanly, and what a finish for Leah White, as she will be your champion in a time of 45.33. So important. Boy, you got competition off your shoulder and you're able to concentrate and clear that hurdle like that. That is terrific. So Talia White with the victory. So now we move on to the we don't even get to catch our breath here. 300-meter hurdles, as we have 3 heats upcoming. As in heat number 1, we'll have just 3 contestants. That's Gates, Williams, and Medina. Gates of East Haven, Williams of Brantford, and Medina of Tulland. Total of 18 competitors in the 3 heats, vying for the men's 300-meter hurdle championship here in Class MM, presented by the CIAC. The class record time is 39.40. That was set back in 2006 by Chris Bogie. So they're getting ready. The starter is ready, and they're in the blocks. And they are off in heat number 1. Well, the one to beat, favorite-wise, is Carl Williams out of Brantford. He is a freshman, and he's racing in lane 4. He's got the red top on. On the outside is Medina of Tulland. He's in blue. And out of East Haven, it's Gates, also in blue, as he is in lane number 3. As they make the turn, Medina looks like he has a slight edge over Williams. Williams trying to get back into this race. Medina trying to pull away. They got 1 hurdle to clear, and Medina with a strong finish with 1 hurdle to clear, clears it cleanly, and he'll finish first, setting the standard at 43.28. The official time will drop to 43.25. So he bests his personal best, does Medina, which was 43.49 coming in, and he'll set the mark here for the rest. The top seed is John Spencer out of North Haven. He will race in heat number 3. His personal best is 40.96. So here in heat number 2, you have Sundloff out of Joe Barlow, Johnson of New Fairfield, Kugler of Watertown in lane 3, DeFazio of Weathersfield in lane 4, Hobbs of Brantford in lane 5, Tomraska of Bethel in lane 6, and Woman of Fermi in lane number 7. As we're just about set, and there's the start in heat number 2 of the men's 300-meter hurdles.
Women's 300-meter hurdle results.
Time to beat 43.25 if you want to take over the lead.
ERE of Fermi.
Clearing the hurdles. Carter Johnson nearly tipped one over in lane 2. Likewise, Kluger in lane 3. As they come through the turn, it's still very tight in anybody's guess. In lane number 3, good position here by Kluger. Kluger trying to hold on. Competition coming on the outside, however. In lane number 7, that's going to be tight, but holding on, or is he not? As they come to the wire, this one's too tight to tell. You had 3 cutting across that line. Looks like Hobbs was part of it, along with Kluger, and it might have been DeFazio close by, too. The winning time, and they're going to say finishing first in lane 5 was Jared Hobbs of Brantford. So he just nipped the field in a tight finish. And we'll see a replay of that one. Then we'll come back with his winning time. The time to beat is 43.25. So Jared Hobbs out of Brantford leading in at the wire. 45.48 is the time. That is not good enough to overtake Adam Medina, however, as he remains safely in first place. But what a finish we have here to this men's 300-meter hurdles. As you take a look, too tight to tell. Lane 5, the runner in the middle, leaning ahead before the rest. That is Jared Hobbs in quite a finish. We have the 3rd heat upcoming. And they're underway already. John Spencer out of North Haven with the fastest qualifying time coming in at under 41 seconds at 40.96. He is in lane 4, represents North Haven High School, and he's trying to pick up the 300-meter hurdle championship here. He needs to beat 45.48. Matter of fact, all in this field need to beat 43.25 as Medina holds that. So Medina with that 43.25 is a leader. In lane number 3, we got Trevon Morgan making a great run. Morgan just chugging along. Morgan still on top, able to clear. 1 more to go, and across another, and he is your winner of this heat. That is Trayvon Morgan out of Platt. He has won an earlier event, and that time unofficially is 40:30. That would be enough, and it is 40:30. He will win the 300-meter hurdles. He is your Class MM champion, Trayvon Morgan out of Platt. What a performance, just pulled away from the field. He bested his personal best time by nearly a full second to capture the championship, so congratulations. So we are now through the men's 300-meter hurdles in exciting fashion. Congratulations to Trayvon Morgan out of Platt, who is your 2012 champion. Up next, we have the women's 800-meter run-up coming. There'll be 2 heats. A very exciting one, too. A year ago, Christine Bedzinski, who is racing in heat number 2 today, set the class record back on May 31st of 2011 in a time of 2 minutes, 16.31 seconds. Well, she is racing today in the second heat, so she is certainly a favorite. Kelly Davis of Hill House, however, her best running time this year during the regular meets, 2:11:22. She will be the top seed, so Bedzinski will certainly find a very interesting competitor. Davis, they will line up 1 and 2 in heat number 2, so that one certainly the one to look forward to. We're going to rest the vocal cords and just let the video play for you for just the first couple of laps of the women's 800-meter run right here, and it's live on the CIAC network here at Willowbrook Park. So a great finish to yet another race here. We've had a lot of close finishes today, and the first heat come to conclusion. In the women's 800-meter run, we have the second heat upcoming, and what a dandy it is. Kelly Davis of Hill House in lane 1 with a time of 2:11:22 coming in, and Christine Bedinski of Ram, who set the meet record a year ago in a time of 2:16:31, lining up in lane 2. Her best this season is 2:17:73, and they're on the starting line as they get ready. So this should be exciting. We'll stay tuned for the entire race here. Good look at the field. They're flashing through the finishes in the first heat. They're on their mark. They'll clear the clock, and they are off. Runners 1 and 2, the ones to watch. Davis and Bedzinski of Hill House and Ram. Will be interesting to see if they go out to the lead early on here. It appears as though Davis, who likes to be a front runner, has jumped out to the lead. This is the 800-meter run.
Of Sheehan and William McNamara of Platt. Rounding out your top 9 for the finals in the men's triple.
2 times around. And Davis is setting the early pace out of Hill House. And she's starting to pull away from this field. Remember, she has run 2:11:22, which is 5 seconds better than Bedzinski's record of a year ago, which is phenomenal. And she continues to lead, and she is just running so comfortably right now. She has a sizable lead. Bedzinski is in second place, but being challenged. 1:07, the clock time through 1 lap for Kelly Davis out of Hill House. And right now, she is pouring it on the field. She continues to dominate into that back stretch. She is all alone. Kelly Davis out of Hill House. We've already had one phenomenal record-breaking performance earlier today by Precious Holmes of Hill House. And right now, her teammate, Kelly Davis of Hill House, trying to perhaps put another mark up on the board. She's at 1:45 heading into that final turn and about midway through. The record time is 2:16:31. Here she comes around the turn. It's Kelly Davis. She's at 1:59. Here she comes down the stretch. She can see the clock. She's at 2:06. She needs to beat 2:16:31. She's at 2:10 coming to the line, and she's going to set a new record. 2:15:62, the unofficial time. 2:15:61 will be the official time. So a record-breaking performance by Kelly Davis of Hill House as she shatters the class record in the women's 800-meter run, and there is no doubt about it, she will be your 2012 800-meter champion. Congratulations to Kelly Davis. What a phenomenal effort. Now we have the men's 800-meter. This is heat number 1. The meet record is 1:56:41, set in 2004 by Tim Clark. So the 800-meter run is underway. There is 2 800-meter heats in the men's division. The favorite here in Heat 1 is Christopher Poole out of New Fairfield. He's wearing number 1 on his uniform. The favorite is Tommy Lipoli of Sheehan, who has raced 157.75, which is about a second off the class record, so he'll have a chance here today. Your leader is Trutzen of Guilford, Matthew Trutzen. First lap in 57 seconds. So he's sizzling right now. Trutzen out of Guilford is a sophomore. His best time coming in, 2:04.95. He's trying to set the pace for all the rest to follow in heat number 2. That's the big advantage of being the higher seed. You get a chance to race in a deeper heat and kind of know the times you need to beat. And Trutzen doing a great job right now, as he is well ahead of this field coming into his final turn at 1:33. Trutzen continues to lead. They're trying to close the gap behind him with a late kick, and Trutzen hold on. As he comes around the turn, he hits the stretch, and it looks like he might have enough of a lead, but that gap is closing. He takes a look ahead. It's at 1:52 as he makes his way. Trutzen having himself quite a run here, trying to beat his best of 2:04.95, and it looks as though he's going to do that with a fine effort of 2:03.05. That's not the official time. It's the first time that's flashed. It will drop to 2:03.04. So 2:03.04 by Matthew Trutzen, and he will set the standard here. So a nice effort there by Trutzen out of Guilford. And up next, coming to the line, 12 competitors. Lipoli of Sheehan, Robert Chang of New Fairfield, who had that terrific closing kick for a victory back in the very first event, I believe, of the day.
New class record. Time of 2:15.61 from Hill House High School.
You have Zachary Gardner in lane 3 from Daniel Hann. Ryan Pozart of Tolland wearing number 4. Colin Pisani of Avon. Jack Phillips of E.O. Smith. Jamie Kloss of E.O. Smith. Parker Timmerman of Brookfield. Dave Goodrich of North Haven. Jeffrey Schaumacher of East Lyme. Tyler Mannion of Brookfield, and Douglas Sasso of Watertown, as they are off in the final heat. Time to beat is 2:03.04. Trutzen setting the mark in the first heat. As they make their way through that back stretch, they'll be twice in front of us, in front of the grandstand here, on their way to the finish line.
Or have you made that decision?
This is the men's 1,800-meter run. As they make the turn, we'll be able to set the field for you. Looks like Lipoli of Sheehan is on top as they come to the bell lap. It is Lipoli on top. He's at 55 seconds, couple seconds better than Trutzen's time as he crossed the line. Rest of the field is well behind, as Lipoli continues for Sheehan to lead this field. Takes a peek over the shoulder into the back stretch as he continues to lead the way. Got a gap, and then the rest. Remember, the top 6 times will all qualify for the upcoming Track and Field Open Championships. Next week, we'll have coverage with you, or for you, and looking at, hopefully we're with you and for you, as Lipoli continues to run strong at 1:35. Time to beat 2:03.04. Thomas Lipoli of Sheehan coming down the stretch, looking strong. A dip of the head. Now he's back to his running form. Coming to the line, he's at 1:48. A peek behind, there's nobody there, and he's going to be across in under 2 minutes at 1:54.97 unofficially, and they'll change that time to a winning time in a moment. 1:54.95. So he will be your 2012 Class M champion. 1:54.95, and that will set a class meet record. So Lipoli, I believe, of Sheehan breaking the old mark by nearly 2 seconds held by Tim Clark since 2004. So Thomas Lipoli of Sheehan has set a mark at 154.95, surpassing the 156.41 of Tommy Clark. Congratulations to Tim Clark, excuse me. So Tom Lipoli of Sheehan victorious and sets a new mark at 154.95. Congratulations to Tom, and what a run here today. Got off to that great start, never faltered. And he is on to the victory here. So that is just a sensational effort by Lipoli. The records are starting to fall. Didn't have many fall early on, but we're starting to now. There has not been an announcement by the track announcer on that record-breaking time, as probably making sure everything is in place. You're watching the 2012 CIAC Class MM Track Championships live from Willowbrook Park, right here in New Britain, Connecticut. Right here on the brand new CIAC network, in conjunction with our good friends Play On Sports, and we certainly do appreciate all their help. Mike White coming up from Atlanta to help us set up from a technical standpoint. Was with us for a couple of days, and the folks from Play On will rejoin us next weekend on June 8th and 9th as we bring you the volleyball championships on Friday night, along with softball and baseball championship action. On Saturday, we bring you both boys and girls lacrosse that go along with softball and baseball championship games. That's going to be exciting. I'll have my gear parked at beautiful Palmer Field in Middletown, Connecticut. And they are off in the women's 200-meter dash. This is heat number 1 of 5. Shaler, Mills, Tran, and Lockhart, lanes 3 through 6 in the 200-meter dash. As they come around the turn, in lane number 3, Shaler looking strong and continues to move to the inside in lane 3 and on for the victory. Looks like we had a scratch of Lockhart in lane 6. So Shaler of Avon in a time of 27.96 will set the tone here. She bests her previous seed time mark of 28.74 with a 27.96, and that is the mark to beat now. Marshall Lee Rayner in 2010 set the 200-meter dash record in a time of 25.22. So they're ready in heat number 2. Kirshner in lane 1, Quino in lane 2, Roland in lane 3, Gloria Zhu of Wethersfield in lane 4, Schweitzer of Avon in lane 5, Travarazzi of Berlin in lane 6, Willoughby of Brantford in lane 7, and Hernandez of Wilbur Cross in lane number 8. In heat number 5, you have Hanley, Sebastian, Wheel, and Koo have all run 27.74 down to 27.34. So it's going to be a terrific final heat with all those times very, very close. But the time to beat right now is 27.96 as they are on their mark for heat number 2. And they are off. This field too tight to calculate on who might be a clear-cut favorite. As they come around the turn on the outside in the red is Hernandez out of Wilbur Cross, running strong. In lane number 3, that is Roland. Roland has taken the lead, and Roland running swiftly, coming down the stretch as she digs towards the line. Time to beat 27.96, and it looks like she's going to hold on here in a time of 27.68 unofficially, which would put her in the first place. 27.67 will be the official time. So 27.67, and that's a great run by Shamira Roland of Avon, besting her personal best of 28.34. That brings us to heat number 3. McLeish in lane 1 out of Platt. Mitchell Adams of Bunnell in lane 2. Weiner of Bethel in lane 3. Danaher of Ram in lane 4. Gagliardi of Sheehan in lane 5. Wilson of Torrington in lane 6. Gilmet of Brantford in lane 7. And Camoni of Sheehan in lane number 8. Time to beat 27:67. Rolling the leader through 2 heats. And they are ready. And they are off in the 200-meter dash. This is heat number 3. As they make their way through the turn in lane number 5, Gagliardi looking strong. Gagliardi will take the lead at the top of the stretch. Here comes company on the inside, and Weiner. To the line they come. Weiner accelerates and pulling away from the field, and she's going to be your new leader. She's at least 27.12, and that number will drop a little bit, and she will take the lead. Deanna Weiner.
Joe Schwab, 6th place.
The official time up on the board at 27:10. And Deanna, who is a sophomore at Bethel, is your new leader through 3 heats. Of course, we have 5 heats to go. By the way, Precious Holmes of Hill House, I didn't go to heat number 5 and mention that Precious Holmes, who has already set a record today of Hill House, coming in with a 24:33 best time, which is better than the class mark here in the 200-meter dash. She'll have a chance to break another record today in heat number 5. So this is the 4th heat. Precious Holmes was so dominating in her win earlier today that she just topped the field with ease and shattering a record. So Precious Holmes will be competing again. And if you haven't watched her race, she is sensational to watch run. And they are off here in heat number 4. As they come around the turn here in the 4th heat. We'll try to set the field for you. The time to beat 27:10. Looks like in lane number 4, it's Koo out of Avon on top. Koo digging towards that finish line. She continues to lead. Not much competition behind. Trying to come up late on the inside is Handley, but not enough. And that is Koo, Stephanie Koo, with a victory in a time of 27:07 unofficially, which would make Stephanie Koo the leader. 27:05. So 27:05, but my friends, Precious Holmes is about the race, and her time, 24:33, is her seed time coming in. So that's nearly 3 seconds better. Precious Holmes will be in lane number 4, and most certainly all the eyes will be on Precious Holmes to see if she can break yet another mark here. As they're getting set on the far side. They're going to use all 4 lanes. Dostie in lane 1 out of Guilford. Ayala of Brantford in lane 2. Hodges in lane 3. Holmes in lane 4. Paris in lane 5. Bopel in lane 6. Stevens in lane 7. And Moore in lane number 8. But Holmes is the one to watch. And they are off. And Holmes off to a great start, and she's sizzling right now. Boy, coming out of lane 4, she has already taken the lead. Precious Holmes coming through the turn to the top of the stretch. Trying to set a new record here in the 200-meter dash. Holmes coming strong, coming to the line. She's still sub-20 as she comes to the line, and she'll win it in 24:06. Again, Precious Holmes shattering a record. The official time, 24:04. She has set 2 records today, has Precious Holmes. She is your 2012 champion. Boy, and if she doesn't go down as one of the best. Precious Holmes, incredible effort once again. She will be your champion. And we'll see the replay of Precious Holmes. It was just a terrific start. There was no doubt about it as she made her first few steps out of the starting blocks. That's how effective she was. And her running style is classic. Absolutely beautiful to watch. Pressure's home down the stretch. Look at that. No break in stride all the way through that finish line. And she has the 200-meter dash championship in her back pocket and a class record.
Can we get coaches from, this is men's coaches, from Tolland, Sheehan, Wyndham, New Fairfield, Joe Barlow, and Brookfield. Report to the clerking area to declare your athletes for the 3200.
So now here's the men's 200-meter dash. This is the first of 4 heats as they are off. And it's very tight to call right now on the outside. Pretty good effort coming from Tim Longway. Longway trying to hold on the outside, is digging towards that line. And he's going to hold on for the victory. Tim Longway out of Platt Tech in heat number 1. 23:94 is his time. So 23:94, Tim Longway out of Platt Tech victorious in lane number 8. So we'll see the finish. It was a tight finish and just a great effort on the outside by Timmy Longway. Got off to a terrific start. So they're off in, no, they're just practicing over there in heat number 2, excuse me, as Longway, the winner. Graydon Stewart out of Avon certainly had a terrific trip. But in lane 8, your winner was Timmy Longway. And just about ready now for the second heat of a total of 4. Jonathan Lee in lane 1 out of Stratford. Anthony Tala of Brantford in lane 2. Ethan Busey of Avon in lane number 3. Medina of Platt in lane 4. And they are off. Kalema, Altermat, Pacheco, and Sabo rounding out the field as they make their way to the top of the stretch. And in lane number 5, a good run here by Kalema as he's trying to hold on. Here comes competition on the outside from Pacheco, but holding on for the win in heat number 2 is Isaac Kalema. In a time of 23:31, he will overtake Tim Longway and become your leader here through 2 heats of the 200-meter dash.
And your champion.
So nice win by Isaac Kalema in lane number 5, and now the third set of competitors coming up, and they're on the far side, getting ready on the third turn, as they like to refer to it as. Turn number 3. DJ Day of Tolland, Spignesi of North Haven, Sorelli of E.O. Smith, Kokoza of New Fairfield, Gill of Waterford, Estrada of Sheehan, Waller of Platt Tech, and Call of Berlin in lane number 8. As they're ready, third heat of 4. We still have the women's 3,200-meter run, the men's 3,200-meter run ahead of us, and both the men's and women's 4x400-meter relay races. Precious Holmes, most certainly the story of the day, shattering 2 records. And they are off in heat number 3. Good start on the outside by Matt Call of Berlin. In lane number 4, coming quickly is Kokoza. As they make the turn, Kokoza looks like he has the slight lead, but up in lane 5 comes Gill. Kokoza trying to hold on. Gill accelerating past. Gill motoring towards the line. It's going to be Gill on top as he strides away from the field. He should become your new leader. He's under 23 seconds. The official time is 22:83. And Julio Gill out of Waterford is your new leader through 3 heats. That was less than a second off the 200-meter dash mark held by Terrell Wilkes. He set that back in 2007 in 21:34. So now we have the final field of competitors warming up. That is Shepard out of Waterford. Grismer of E.O. Smith, a terrific sprinter. Owens of Woodstock. Drummond of Wethersfield, who was disqualified, you might remember, from the 100-meter dash for false start. Barrera of Bethel. Burke, Johnson, and Toto rounding out the field, representing Brookfield, Cheney Tech, and Jonathan Law. Toto had a gallant run earlier, you might remember, and just missed out at the wire. So the boys' 200-meter dash, heat number 4. The time to beat is 22:83. Now you take a look at the field. These are all the top seeds. A couple of runners have been able to surpass that mark. In particular, Drummond and Barrera at 22:64 each. And also Colin Burke, who is sub-23, and they are off in the final heat. Time to beat, 22:83. Gill holds that with a sensational third run. Here they come around the turn as we try to size up the field in lane number 5. It is Barrera looking strong. Barrera digging to the wire. Coming up in lane number 3 is Owens, but Barrera is going to pull away at the wire and win, and it looks like he's got a quick enough time to become your champion. Officially, it should be 22:36. Indeed it is, and here's your champion. Joshua Barrera out of Bethel in lane number 5 becomes your men's 200-meter dash champion here in 2012. Great work. Great running by Barrera. And he becomes your champion here. Certainly got quite a challenge from the inside from Keith Owens out of Woodstock. But the winner in lane 5, Joshua Barrera. And up next we will have, I believe, the women's 3,200-meter run. Indeed we will. There'll be just one heat. So everybody that's competing for the 3,200-meter championship, they're all lining up together here. All 24 of them. It will be a crowded field. The class record set back in 2009 by Caroline McDonough is 10 minutes 54.33 seconds. So this should be exciting. The top seed will be Emily Taylor out of Guilford. She is a senior. Her best time 11:12:47. Kelly Nelson can certainly challenge out of Ledyard. Her best time is 11:20:63. And Molly Hamill out of Avon, a freshman, 11:25:20. Your top 3 seeds coming into the women's 3,200-meter run. So the 3,200-meter run. As we usually do with a 3,200-meter run, we will let the video tell the story early on. We'll bring you some of the important track results from today, and then we'll pick up the exciting finish of the 3,200-meter run for the 2012 Class L Championship. And you're watching it live right here on the CIAC network. They will stagger all these starters. Once again, 24 of them. This has been an exciting 3 days here at Willowbrook Park. as they line up the competition. 24 runners for the women's 3,200 meter championship. Good look at the young ladies down below. The 4x800 meter relay champion.
Yeah, I know he's redshirt.
Hillhouse victorious in a time of 9:49.99. Legend finished second, Avon third, Joe Barlow, Ram, Watertown. They'll all qualify for the upcoming State Open.
Boys and girls, all 4x400s.
In the 4x400 meter relay, a 4x100 meter relay, excuse me.
On the track, this is
Weathersfield victorious, followed by Brookfield, East Haven, Avon, Ram, and Bethel.
For the men, it's looking like 2.
In the women's 100 meter hurdles, we'll get to those champions in just a moment. As the 3,200 meter run is underway, and we'll let the video tell the story for just a bit. We hope you're enjoying our live coverage of the CIAC Class MM Track and Field Championships. You're watching the women's 3,200-meter run for the 2012 championship. Your top seed is Emily Taylor, Kelly Nelson, the second seed, Molly Hamill, third seed, and Abby Lamar of Woodstock Academy, your fourth seed, Kelly Davis of Hill House, your fifth seed. You have 3 laps to go as we pick up the play-by-play coverage of the women's 3,200-meter run. And your leader is Kelly Davis out of Hill House, trying to become a double winner here today. And, boy, she runs those long distances. And I tell you, she's in terrific shape. And right now she's holding on to the lead. They make their way into that turn. 3,200 meters. Record time in the 3,200 meter here in Class MM is 10 minutes 54.33 seconds. It was set back on June 1st of 2009 by Caroline McDonough. The qualifying time for this year's Class MM Open, 11:25 flat. As they make their way through the turn, Kelly Davis continues to lead. But she's got company coming off the shoulder. That might be Nelson of Ledyard, settling into second place and looking quite comfortable sitting there in second place. Emily Taylor of Guilford sitting in third. That is indeed how it works right now. Top 6 finishes qualifying for the upcoming State Open. Molly Hamill is fourth, and then you see you got Taylor, Nelson, Hamill, and Lamar of Woodstock Academy fifth right now. So top 5 seeds all at the front of the pack, but the leader is Kelly Davis. This is a huge field, 24 competitors, as they make their way through that back stretch. For that lead group who is pulled away from the field, they may lap a few here. As Kelly Davis continues to lead, but sitting right off her shoulder is Emily Taylor of Guilford. Kelly Cedar Nelson of Ledyard also there. She's on the outside. She's closest to Kelly Davis, and certainly with an opportunity coming around this turn to take the lead if she would like to, but she wants to sit right off the shoulder of Davis. Interesting strategy here, making Davis lead and push. 1 lap to go. Davis continues the lead, but that's momentarily as Nelson now finds the legs to explode in front into the bell lap, and Kelly Nelson of Ledyard has taken over the lead. The record mark at 10:54.33 will not be touched here today. 10:24 and counting down on the clock already. And the runners are just reaching the backstretch now. It's become a 3-girl race. Nelson leading. Davis finding energy on the outside. Taylor sitting third, but seems to be faltering just a little, or maybe not, as all of a sudden she finds a bit of a kick. Kelly Davis leading. Nelson of Ledyard has dropped back to second. Now Emily Taylor of Guilford, the senior, starting to make a move on the outside. Kelly Davis feels the heat and starts to pick it up. They're coming down the stretch. They have competition in front they have to weave past. That inside lane may not be open. Davis continues to lead the way. Kelly Davis with a terrific run. She relinquished the lead with less than a lap to go, but has come back here and is strong down the stretch. Taylor to give a chase. It looks like, and she will. Kelly Davis will hold on for the win in a time of 11:24.78. Kelly Davis victorious out of Hillhouse in 11:24.28. Her seed time coming in was 11:30.11. She knocked over 6 seconds off her time. What a run by Kelly Davis. She will be a 2012 Women's 3,200 meter champion. So we'll have the men's 3,200 meter run upcoming. There'll be 2 heats. It will feature Logan Fulton of Joe Barlow. Had a terrific win earlier this year as the competitors continue their way around the track here in the women's 3,200 meter run. Top 6 qualifiers, of course, will make their way. That's Sabrina Ratter out of New Fairfield, who staggered across that finish line. Great effort. What a grueling run. 3,200 meters. Your final finisher, Nicole Sylvan of Berlin, with a great effort. And we have the men's 3,200 meter run upcoming. Runners will be making their way onto the course here as they come walking up. This is heat number 1 of 2. We have a total of 31 competitors in the 2 heats. The record was set back in 2004 in a time of 9:20.51. Chase Pizzonia setting the record some time ago. This is the final long race of the day. We will have the conclusion of this event with the very exciting 4x400 meter relays, both men's and the women's. Very sparse field on the women's side and on the men's side. So this is heat number 1 of the men's 3,200 meter run. And as we always do at the beginning of the race, we will let the video tell the story and we will pick up the finish for you. It's been an outstanding day. Some record-breaking performances. And, well, Precious Holmes comes to mind and sensational today. Shattering the 200-meter dash mark in a time of 24:04 might be the highlight of the afternoon's work. They're underway in the first heat of the 3,200 meter run. Once again, we hope you are enjoying this live coverage of the CIAC Class MM Track and Field Championships here at Willowbrook Park inside Veterans Stadium in New Britain, Connecticut. We'll be back here on Monday for the State Open. You are watching heat number 1 of the men's 3,200-meter run. We have 3 laps to go when they make their way past the starting line. We'll set the leaders for you as they make the turn on the far side of the track. It's become a 2-person race here in heat number 1. A total of 31 runners competing for the 2012 3,200-meter championship. And it looks as though LaFontaine of Tolland, Connor LaFontaine, will give up the lead. Now, we'll check that. That is actually going to be Breasted of Bethel giving way. And we have a new leader, and it looks like Rafferty of Watertown has taken over the top spot. One of the favorites here in this qualifier is Danny DeVoe. They make their way through the back stretch. We'll try to reset things for you with 2 laps to go. There's 6:52 in. Once again, the meet record time is 9 minutes 20.51 seconds. Heat number 2 will feature Logan Fulton, who has the best qualifying time coming in. Seed time at 9:31.51. 16 seconds better than his nearest competitor. So he is the odds-on favorite to win this 3,200-meter run. Young men competing here in the first heat, certainly trying to set the tone and the benchmark for all others to follow. It looks like Rafferty continues the lead. In second place, I believe that is DeVoe of Wethersfield. Okay, so I'm going to say 15 in first. And that would be Delorio of Jonathan Law. So I don't think that's accurate, but it could be. That's coming from down in the truck. Yeah, that's Rafferty. Same as Rafferty of Watertown on top. Delorio of Jonathan Law was clearly wearing some, I believe, Jonathan Law colors along the back. Time now at 8 minutes and 21 seconds into this heat, the 3,200-meter. Still have the women's 4x400-meter relay upcoming and the men's 4x400-meter relay. As they make their way through with 1 lap to go. We're into the bell lap. Been difficult to tell if that is actually DeVoe or Braistad leading Bethel and Wethersfield. I can't make out if it's a 1 or 7 on the uniform of the lead runner. Of course, we'll find out when he crosses the finish line, so we'll leave it as that. It could be the Bethel runner, Braistad. I thought it was earlier, and it looks like it is Travis Braistad making his way He's got a late kick coming, and here comes DeVoe. There you go. Thank you. Good job, Danny, to get into the picture there. So it goes 7-1. And the time, we'll get the winning time, 10:18:72. 10:18:72. So it goes 7-1. And, well, now the 15 competitors in the second heat know the mark they need to beat at 10:18:72. As terrific run by Travis Bracestead of Bethel in a time of 10:18:72. An exhausting 3,200-meter run. A lot of the track teams starting to pack up down below, getting ready to make their way through the turnstiles or the secret gate behind the press box here at Veterans Stadium. That's where a lot of the athletes make their way in. Some will come in the side gate by the main entrance. A lot of school buses on the property here at Willowbrook Park, as you might expect, with so many schools being represented here today. We've seen terrific sportsmanship, outstanding competition, 39 different schools. I believe 714 athletes entered and 703 competing today. So we had 11 scratches. That's on the women's side. And on the men's side, we had a total of 725 entries today. So if I'm reading all those numbers correctly, that is just a terrific, terrific participation, really in some great events. They're underway here in the second heat. Logan Fulton out of Joe Barlow, the one to watch, a clear-cut favorite. Once again, his seed time, some 16 seconds better than the rest. And ran a terrific race in the 800. He's settling in third right now as he likes to stay amongst the leaders. He's not a jackrabbit. He will not jump out to the lead. At least did not do that in the 800 meters. Kind of stalked the field and calculated his move and went on to the easy win. And right now he's running comfortably. Looks like settling into third place right now along the inside. Still a tight field as they make their way gracefully through the stretch, all running with style and class right now. Mencher, who was really pressing Fulton in the 800, does have the early lead here. Mayerson is running second out of Brookfield, and then you have Logan Fulton. Had a couple of runners collide and fall down at the back of the pack there, and they're up. So they were in the middle, and now they're at the end. But they both got back up and climbed back into it. It's a very, very tight field into that backstretch through the first lap. Plenty to go, however. Again, Fulton, keep your eyes on him. Right now, he's along the inside part of the track, settling in behind the lead runner, Matt Mencher, who likes to be out on top. But does Mencher have the gas to hold on here over 3,200 meters? Yeah, Logan Fulton, I may have said the 800 meters, but actually won the 1,600-meter run, out of Joe Barlow. Did it in 4:25.06. Mencher finished second at 4:27.06, exactly 2 seconds behind. So it'll be interesting how Mencher will approach this, the 3,200-meter run. Finishing second to Logan in the 1,600. Logan Fulton still just following, just smoothly running along in third place. Mencher still has the lead as they come around the turn with 5 to go as they make their way through the turn. This will be interesting how it all unfolds. Very strategic pattern right now ongoing. Everybody running in balance. Looks like they're all breathing properly. Venture still leading. In second place right now is Mayerson of Brookfield. He's been hanging around, and all of a sudden we got a Jackrabbit jumping out on top. Let's see if the field will go after him here. And they will, and they'll come jump right at him. Logan Fulton taking the bait, and he now runs in the second. Falling off the pace is Matt Mencher. He did that back in the 1600, then had a second kick, but just ran out of gas at the wire. Some of the other runners, you have Saunter out of Tolland, Hilby out of Berlin, Anderson out of New Fairfield, Kenneflick out of Guilford running today. We've mentioned Mayerson, he's been amongst the leaders. Fisher out of Brantford, Clark out of Hand, Arsenal from Brantford, Pinadella out of North Haven, Siciliano out of Guilford, Salvatore Siciliano out of Guilford, Thresher out of Cheney Tech, Estes out of E.O. Smith. There you go. That was Quentin Hoy out of Watertown who had sprinted out on top in front of Logan Fulton. Fulton knew that Hoy was the second seed, and he quickly puts him in his back seat. As Logan Fulton now leading this race. With now, I believe it's going to be upcoming 3 laps to go. So Logan Fulton back on top. The field will come to him, or maybe he just dropped back a little bit. I think he wanted to let Hoy know that, hey, I'm here with you. Quentin Hoy not discouraged. Hanging in there third. Seems to be laboring just a little bit. His style not as smooth as Logan Fulton right now. Fulton still with that half-stride lead. Might be Kenneflick out of Guilford, who's challenging on the outside in the green. We'll have to wait and see as they come around the turn here. We're 5 minutes and 49 seconds in. The record time here in Class MM is 9:20:51, set back in 2004. Logan Fulton continues to just hold that lead. That is Kenneflick out of Guilford running second. Running third is Mencher. He's coming back with that classic second kick. Hoy settling in fourth. Remember, the top 6 qualifiers will move on to the Open. The State Open to take place next Monday on June 4th. On the 8th and 9th of June, we'll bring you a whole slew of events, including volleyball championships, softball championships, boys and girls lacrosse, and, of course, baseball. As the spring season winds down on the weekend of June 8th and 9th. Logan Fulton still leading. Kenneflick out of Guilford, the sophomore, trying to pressure Logan Fulton a little bit. Fulton, a junior out of Joel Barlow. Mencher trying to stay tight to that top group, along with the Quentin Hoy. Here they come in front of the grandstand again. The sign reads 2 laps to go. Logan Fulton continues to lead. Kenneflick remains second. Tucked in the third is Matty Mencher. Mencher kind of likes it right now, settling third. Remember, he's got that ability to find that little bit of extra energy. The high jump, I should say, the high jump continues for the men here today. Down to our right as they twist around that far turn. Now Fulton trying to create some separation. Mencher trying to stay right with him. Logan Fulton now leading. I believe this might be the final lap. It says 1 lap to go. So I guess there's 1 lap to go. That's what it reads, yeah. So they got 1 lap to go here. So Logan Fulton continues the lead. He's trying to create some separation. Up on the outside comes Hoy. Now all of a sudden there's that kick by Mencher again. And all of a sudden Fulton toys with him and gets the lead back on a shake of the head there by Mencher. It is the bell lap. And Logan Fulton trying to pull away from this crowd. Boy, I think he just toyed with the field for a while there. He would take the lead, sag back, take the lead again, sag back. Mencher trying to give him a chase. What a gutsy effort by Mencher, the senior from Tolland. Trying to go out in style, but Logan Fulton continues the lead, and now he's in full stride. He just runs so smoothly. Never wavers from that stride. Very confident. Very rarely does he look back. Just knows his abilities. He's in terrific shape, and he comes around the turn. It's at 9:23, so no chance to set a class record here, that's for sure. All of a sudden, Mencher trying to find that late kick as they come down the stretch. Logan Fulton continues to lead. Mencher trying to give him a chase. I don't know how many folks have ever run out in the streets and try to catch someone running in front of you. That's what it feels like for Mencher right now, because Logan Fulton's going on the victory here in a time of 9:47. I believe 55 will await the official word. 9:47.53 will be the official time. 9:47.53. He wins a 3,200 meter. Look at this race for some late placement. Terrific to the wire. You gotta love it. It's not all about being first. Track and field goes much deeper than that. It's really personal best, camaraderie with teammates, and I'll tell you what, part of this sport, and it's really my first time being part of it. In high school, I had a friend that said, why don't you try some track and field? I said, I'm pudgy and slow. He said, they'll find an event for you. Looking back, if I was young again, I might compete in one of these athletic events and finish last, because it doesn't matter. You make so many friends. I mean, we had, 39 different schools represented here today, which is a terrific number. Just think about the community you become involved with, the folks you get to meet. And the track and field competitors, some of the most intelligent. That's kind of the words that I hear when I talk to coaches and alike, and newspaper writers too that have been up here in the press box area, that really a lot of the most intelligent, likable young men and women that you will find in your high school walls compete in track and field. And boy, what an event they have put on here today. We still have a little more coming your way, however, as they quickly will bring out the women's 4x400 meter relay teams. There will be 3 heats. There'll be short fields in every heat. And let's see how they're going to work this here. I believe, if I'm reading this right, let me see, 1 of 3 finals in the women's 4x400. There's number 2. And there's 3 of 3. Okay, and then we have the men's. Okay, so we have short field in heat number 1. Fermi, New Fairfield, and Sacred Heart, the women's 4x400 meter relay, to finish off our coverage of the Class MM Track and Field Championships here today. What a beautiful day. The weather has been absolutely outstanding for these events today. Terrific performances in over, well, about 22 events overall. That's just in track, not counting the field events. There will be a staggered beginning here in the 4x400 meter relay. They're just about ready to go. The class record set in 2006, 3:56.50. I'll tell you what, in heat number 3, the favorite is Hill House with a 4-minute .07 time. And they will. That features the outstanding, and we'll get to that in a minute because this race is underway. Precious Holmes, but that could be a fun team to watch here today. This is the first qualifier. They'll set the time. It's the first way through. Fermi, New Fairfield, and Sacred Heart, lanes 3, 4, and 5. virtually a quarter-mile sprint for each runner. As they come around the turn, looks like in lane number 4, that is New Fairfield with the early lead. Looks like Meg Cernick, a junior, on the lead leg. Sacred Heart ready to hand off the baton. That is Gabby Arnold, a senior. And in lane 1, it's Baumgardner with her handoff here to Larissa Brown. So this is leg 2 of the 4x400 meter relay in heat number 1. Tell you, one man who has been here the entire time doing terrific work. He is the Cromwell track coach. That is Rich Luke. James Thompson, of course, heading things up. He is out of Wyndham, helping out as the site director for the CIAC. This is leg number 2 in the first heat of the 4x400 meter relay. As you can see, they can start to twist it to the inside. Fermi has the lead here. Running second is New Fairfield, and Sacred Heart third. As we move on to the third leg, of course, the passing of the baton so important. And Fermi will have the first chance at it. And looks like D'Addario will take it, and she is off. D'Addario on the clean handoff. Holds on to the lead for Fermi. New Fairfield and Sacred Heart trying to hunt her down. Fermi continues to lead, but not for long during that back stretch. Because what a run here by Sacred Heart's Ashley Garcia, the freshman, if that's who it is. They do list 6 team members. We are not fortunate enough to be down close enough to pick up the actual competitors, but we'll try to do that for the State Open. But here at this level, it's been difficult to try to identify. Here's a great kick coming on back by D'Addario on the outside, and she'll regain a lead for Fermi. So quite a run by Garcia, but now Fermi back on top. We got one leg to go. This is heat number 1. And Christine Miller running, I believe, the anchor leg here for Fermi. They're at 3:18. Fermi's qualifying time coming in, their seed time, 4:28.04. New Fairfield coming as the favorite at 4:25.86. And here they go into that final turn. So it's the big stretch run upcoming as we have a tight competition now in the back stretch as they're all bunched up. Fermi, New Fairfield, Sacred Heart. Fermi's going to drop off the pace here a little bit, and on the outside for New Fairfield, Ordway has taken the lead. Running the final leg here for New Fairfield, and they're looking strong. Ordway coming around the turn. In hot pursuit out of Sacred Heart is Becky Golia, a sophomore for Sacred Heart. As they make the turn, on top, New Fairfield, and it looks like Ordway and company will set the standard for the remaining heats on that long run of the line. And it's going to go New Fairfield, Sacred Heart, and Fermi. We'll have that winning time quickly for you. 4:26.58 is the winning time. And they get the second heat ready immediately here. In heat number 2, we'll have vacant lanes in 1 and 8. Rockville in lane 2, Ledyard in lane 3, Avon in lane 4. Watertown occupies lane 5. Bethel will settle into lane 6. And Sheehan will have a chance out of lane 7. Second heat of the women's 4x400 meter relay. Top 6 times from the 3 heats will make their way onto the track on Monday as competitors in the upcoming CIAC Track and Field Open Championships. We had some terrific finishes today. The boys down in the truck did fabulous work of all those sprint races and some of the other close finishes. They had some outstanding highlights, replays for you. So we'll have more of that, I know, on Monday as we bring you the State Open. This is heat number 2. Rockville, Ledyard, Avon, Watertown, Bethel, and Sheehan all competing. We'll have a full field in the third heat of 8 lanes. Lanes 1 and 8 unoccupied here. Sheehan on the outside with a staggered start appears to have the advantage, as they always do on a staggered beginning. Samantha Bartell, I believe for Sheehan, a junior running the opening leg. At least that's how it's listed for us here. Lucy Daniels running the opening leg for Bethel. Sarah Barnick for Watertown. Sarah Hudick for Avon. For Ledyard, it's Ackley. And for Rockville, it's Carpenter. As they come towards the line for the crucial handoff, Bartell has the longest of run to find her teammate in lane 7. The first to hand off the baton. It comes from lane number 2 in Rockville, and Haley Hasty, a freshman, is off and dashing.
We have the results of the men's
as they make their way through this turn and past the cones on the far stretch. They have an opportunity to cut to the inside and take away that lane advantage of lane number 1. You see a lot of the competitors now breaking in. They all fall in the line. Rockville continues to lead with Haley Hasty on top. So Hasty sets the tone here in leg number 2. There's competition coming from the inside, however, as they make the turn. We have a new leader. No, it's still Hasty on top. Great competition taking place here. Sheehan making a late drive to get back into it. Sheehan with the first handoff of the baton there. I believe that was Sheehan High School. Sheehan High School began in lane number 7. But, well, I'll tell you right now, Rockville has got a rocket in the name of Megan McCollum, as she has got back to the top. This is the third leg. We got the anchor teams lining up now. The anchor runners here for the final leg of the women's 4x400 meter relay. This is heat number 2. Time to beat is 4:26.58, set by New Fairfield in the first heat. Right now they are at 2:55 with more than a lap to go. A lot of the ladies not wearing the numbers, so it's very difficult. And they move so quickly, it's difficult to read the uniforms. I believe it's Avon now dashing out to the lead here. Ledyard trailing. They have very easy uniforms to identify, which we do appreciate. So I believe that is Avon on top right now. They come in as the favorite here in this second heat, Avon. Their qualifying time coming in, or their seed time, 4:15.50. And I believe they have the advantage right now. I believe that is Reese being chased from behind. We got a quick close-up coming here. We got quite a finish ahead of us. Here they come down the stretch. Quite a race. Trying to chase down the leader. And they're on a victory. That might have been Bethel with a second look, and finally you look at the number in Watertown finishing second. We'll await the official word, but I believe that is Bethel as they flash up the numbers. And we'll get the winning time here also in a moment, too. So If I did misidentify, I do apologize. It's just difficult sometimes to identify who they are. In lane 6, Bethel victorious. So we have one more heat to go. And ladies and gentlemen, in this heat, pay attention to lane 4. If Precious Holmes is to race today, she is lined up as the third leg. So she's scheduled. She's already set 2 track meet records today. So the winner in lane 6 in 4:15:03 is close enough. That is a new standard to beat for the 8 teams competing here in the final heat of the 4x400 meter race. Hillhouse coming in as the top seed. A 4-minute flat time coming in. Looks like Anaja Carr to run the first leg for Hillhouse. They are expected to dominate here in this event, and be interesting to see if they do. Once again, the women's record is 3:56:50. It was set back in 2006. And Hillhouse might have put together a team of sprinters to beat that mark here in the 4x400 meter relay. And they are off. And this is the opening leg. Woodstock Academy in lane 1, Ram in lane 2, Berlin in lane 3, Hillhouse in lane 4, Weathersfield, Joe Barlow, Guilford, and Brookfield. All trying to become champions and bring home a medal in the 4x400. Brookfield is on the outside. Nicole Clayton, I believe, carrying the baton. Guilford's Doolin is a junior, is flying along. As they make their way through the turn, remember with that staggered start, it is difficult. The second leg runners get a chance to pass the cones and cut to the inside, and that is where you really start to see the lead established. Hillhouse running strong in lane 4 with Carr as expected. They have made up a lot of ground already. On the outside, it's Guilford, and that is Doolin. The handoff of the baton is so important. It looks like it should be Curtis, I believe, for Hillhouse to run the second leg. And Hillhouse has garnered the lead. And they may not look back from this point on. I think they have on their mind a Class MM record. Let's see if they can get it here today, because right now they have made no doubt about it. Nobody's going to catch this field, especially if Precious Holmes is racing here. I don't know if the guys in the truck can identify to see if she is ready to go here today. I think they will. Yep, she's running the final leg, I believe. Just using the eyes of our production crew down below. I believe she might be running the final leg. Is that right, or is she out there on the track right now? Yep, she's going to run the final leg, and she absolutely flies. This is Curtis, I believe, who is a sophomore right now. And I believe this is McDaniel taking it. They're at 2:02 is Hillhouse. Hillhouse at 2:02 on the handoff. Once again, the record-breaking time would have to be sub 3:56:50. And Precious Holmes is out there. She is just outstanding to watch. And they'll try to set a record here. It is Precious Holmes that is confirmed. So she's running the anchor leg. We'll be able to tell you how fast she has to run it. Not precisely, but we'll give you an idea. As Hillhouse has a gigantic lead here in the 4x400 relay. So it's all about breaking a record now. Holmes trying to break 3 today. The clock at 2:58. The handoff at 3:02. Precious Holmes has to turn that around the track in about 54 seconds. And she is off and running. Precious Holmes just pulling away from this field. Look at that stride. It never falters, does it? She just continues to run brilliantly. trying to break the record. The clock now at 3:24. It's 3:56.50. The record was set back in 2006. And Precious Holmes coming around that far turn. Might have a shot at it. 3:36 and counting down. I just don't know. She is so quick. As she takes a look, she'll get a chance to see the clock. And I don't know if she has another gear. She might. She's got that long stride going. It's at 3:50. Here she comes. She's trying. It's at 54. It goes to 55, and she's not going to get there. Just shy of the record, but still sub 4 minutes at 3:58.43. And Hillhouse walks away with the 4x400 meter race. $3:58.43 is, I believe, the time I mentioned, and that is just going to be 2 seconds off the record set back in 2006. But Hillhouse will be a 2012 women's 4x4 meter relay champions. A lot of folks hung around to see if they could break the record, and they made it close, didn't they? So now we're ready for the first heat of 3 in the men's 4x400 meter relay. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 here in heat number 1, occupied by Bethel, Watertown, and Torrington. So everybody's settling in. Actually, it looks like they have put more out there. My 4x400 heat 1 says 3, 4, and 5. Looks like we have 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, we do have 3, 4, 5. Okay, that was the back runners that messed me all up. So Bethel, Watertown, and Torrington. It's Torrington on the outside, of course, starting with that staggered start advantage. Things will really start to take form as they come down the stretch here. Watertown running effectively. DiMorale, a sophomore for Watertown. Looks like he's been able to overtake Bello of Torrington here as they come around the turn. Coming up in lane 3 is Osterman. Torrington, Bello able to find that great acceleration coming down the stretch. It'll be Torrington with the early lead and a terrific handoff. That's Ramon Cruz on the outside. As he makes his way through the cones, he'll be able to cut it to the inside. So Cruz takes the lead in that cut to the inside there. And that's a sizable advantage right now for Torrington. The Class MM record set back in 2008, 3:23.15. Torrington's qualifying time was seed time coming in 3:42.24. This is leg number 2. This is the first of 3 heats. Torrington on top, another smooth transition. Likewise for Bethel and Watertown. And we have the anchors coming out now. Torrington trying to pull away from this field. It could be Austin Kelson who's running this leg. But as you found out earlier, they had Precious Holmes of Hillhouse in the women's 4x400 listed 3rd, but she actually ran the anchor, so there's no accuracy here. I'm just trying to get the names out there. Bello for Torrington, Kelson, Cruz, Langs, Langall, and Shaw all racing, or all listed as potential runners in the 4x400 meters. They do not have to declare until the beginning of or just before the race. But Torrington, in the final leg, will have the lead here. They're at 2:43 going into the final lap. And trying to beat that 3:42 mark. They'll also set the standard for the remaining 2 heats to follow. for the time to beat to become the Class MM champion. And Torrington right now with a sizable lead as they twist into that far turn. Watertown running second. But up on the outside for Bethel, that could be Krasowski making a great move and making up some time here. But Torrington will set the standard here as they come to the line. And that's Desmond Langs, and he's going to cross in 3 minutes 38.86 seconds. 3:38.86 seconds for Torrington, and that'll be the mark to beat. The top seed is Daniel Hand out of Madison, Connecticut, 3:28.84. All right, we're ready for heat number 2, the next to last heat of the day, as we have the shadows cast across the infield of Veterans Stadium. Very beautiful late afternoon, early evening. Actually, it's early evening now. It's almost 7:30. We began today at 3 o'clock. Time flies when you're having fun. The CIAC Class MM Track and Field Championship coming to a close. We'll pack up camp and get ready for Monday, the Open Championship. You want to stay tuned as we bring you full coverage of all the state championship events taking place on June 8th and 9th. Here in the second heat, all 8 lanes being filled: Guilford, North Haven, East Lyme, Avon, Weathersfield, Brookfield, Lyman Hall, and Brantford. And they're off. Brantford in lane number 8. And it always appears they have the early lead because of the staggered start. Lyman Hall in lane 7. And they got a pretty good runner going out there right now, as they make their way into turn number 3. This is the first leg, heat number 2, the 4x400. Looks like now that in lane number 7, Lyman Hall with the early advantage here. Brookfield coming up quickly in lane 6 for this opening leg. The handoff of the baton, so important. We've mentioned that time and time again, and Lyman Hall with the early advantage here. And a good handoff for Lyman Hall. I guess the favorite would be Avon in lane 4. Their seed time, 3:33.03. As they make their way through that back stretch. As they pass through the cones, they all turn to the inside. And you get a good idea on who the leader is. Guilford, North Haven, East Lyme, Avon, Weathersfield, Brookfield, Lyman Hall, and Brantford all competing. And I tell you what, it is too tight to tell as they come through the turn. This is a terrific run. Avon had the short lead, but that was just short-lived. This is the third leg. They passed through the line under 155. Remember, the time to beat, 3:38.86. If your team wants to take over first place and have a chance at the 2012 Class MM 4x400 Championship. Top 6 fastest times will move on to the state open. Avon looking strong right now. That could have been Gauthier on that leg. Also part of that Avon team is Deneen, Tobacco, Gauthier, Griffin, Ponzani, and Stewart. Avon trying to pull away from this field here. Clocking now at 3 minutes. They need to cross that line in less than 38 seconds if they want to take the lead away from Torrington, who ran in the first heat in a time of 3:38.86. Clock now at 3:19. Here they come. Wearing two different color shoes is Avon's Anchorman. Could be Griffin coming to the wire. Needs 3:38, and he'll get that 3:35 plus. We'll get the official time momentarily. 3:35.16, good enough to put Avon in the first place over Torrington. So we have the third and final heat upcoming. The team to watch will be Daniel Hand, coming in with the seed time at 3:28.84. And they will run out of lane number 4. Nicholas Barlow, Benjamin Citron, Patrick Donahue, Zachary Gardner, Michael Gilchrist, and John Gorman, all listed as competitors for Daniel Hand. But they are out of lane 4, and they will be the team to beat here today. Their seed time, 5 seconds off the class record, 3:23.15, which was set back in 2008. A good look at Daniel Hand and their lead runner, the first of 4. This is our final heat of the day, and once again, to all the volunteers here on site, terrific work. To our camera crew, outstanding work, guys. You once again did a magnificent job. So we do appreciate. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage right here on the CIAC network of the Class MM Track and Field Championships. Runners are getting set. All 8 lanes will be occupied with a staggered start. Good look at Tolland in lane number 3. New London in lane 1. Some outstanding competitors. Sheehan lining up in lane number 8 with a staggered start. And we got a false start. Kind of a late start. A stumble by the New London runner coming out. They have brought them all back. Looked like he did not hear the starter's gun, and I think they're going to just restart this thing. I don't think they're going to disqualify anybody. They're just going to restart things here. We've seen a couple of those today. Talking to the New London competitor, I believe that is Alex DeVoe. They have Javon Elmore on this New London team. He had a big win earlier today in the sprint events. Really became a fan favorite. Oren Park is also a terrific runner. So that's a good sprint team right there. They could be a challenge. New London. The time to beat is 3:35.16 by any one of these 8. And they become your 2012 Class MM 4x400 relay champion. Avon right now sitting with the best time of the day through 2 heats. And they're underway. This is leg number 1. Be interesting to see. 3:35.16 is a magic number here today. It's hard to tell the first time through on really who does have the advantage because of the staggered start as they come into the turn on the far side. That is Sheehan trying to hold on the outside, and it could be Joe Burns. He is a junior. As they come around the turn, Jonathan Law in lane 7 looking strong right now with Ryan Dennis motoring ahead. You got competition from E.O. Smith in lane number 6. Then the rest of the field looks like the Daniel Hand runner might be, Malo is hurting just there a little bit, and they get the handoff, and they're all off and going. Kind of a late handoff by the trailing team there. As they make their way through the cones, we'll be able to really set things up for you as they be able to turn to the inside. It looks like New Fairfield might have the early advantage here. Indeed, they do. So New Fairfield on top. Daniel Hand trying to make up some ground here with their second leg runner, and I believe that is Benjamin Citron. As they make their way through the turn, New Fairfield continues to lead. This is the second leg of the 4x400 meter relay. And the time to beat is 3:35.16, held by Avon. Now we got New London starting to make a move as we move on to the third leg. And New Fairfield with a clean handoff. New London is quickly vaulted into second place, and sitting third is Hand. As they make their way into that back stretch, the anchor teams will come out, or the anchor runners. Running anchor for New Fairfield would be Robert Chang. He's a terrific runner. He had a thrilling ending here today. Looks like he's going up against Javon Elmore. That should be an interesting race if it does unfold. But right now, New Fairfield looks like they may have just too much of an advantage, giving Chang too much of a lead for anybody to catch him because he is quick. The handoff is important. Here we come. Daniel Hand trying to get back into it to their anchor, and they're off. That is Gardner, and here they go. Kind of slow exchange here for Daniel Hand. I don't know if that's going to hurt him at all. As they make their way around that turn, Chang continues to lead. Chang being hunted down by a couple of competitors along that back stretch, but Chang looking strong for New Fairfield. Time to beat is 3:35.16. That looks like that might be well within their grasp. I don't know, though. New Fairfield leading. We're at 3:04. Avon set the standard in Heat 2, 3:35.16. New Fairfield trying to beat it. They're at 3:13. Chang takes a look at the clock. He knows the time to beat. Chang coming strongly to the wire. He's at 3:20. It looks like he's got plenty. Chang, New Fairfield, they'll win it. 3:26.52 unofficially. 3:26.49 will be the official number. 3 seconds off the record set back in 2008. New Fairfield, your champion, Robert Chang running the anchor leg. So that is going to conclude our coverage of the CIAC Class MM Championships. Congratulations to all the competitors. Great work. Tell you what, it's fun to watch the close finishes and the great races by Precious Holmes and others, but I'll tell you what, to watch them all just make their way across that finish line, whether first or last, you got to tip your cap. What a day of high school track right here from beautiful Willowbrook Park in New Britain, Connecticut, inside Veterans Stadium. For the entire crew down below, we say goodbye. You've been watching the 2012 CIAC Class MM Track Championship presented by Play On Sports. Goodbye, everybody.